9 and 11. They got the right and center lanes taken out due to a jackknife tractor trailer. Bob Cox is in with the WTIC Weather Center forecast.
It's hot and humid again out there this afternoon, with the temperature getting into the upper 80s and maybe low 90s in a few spots. The heat index well into the 90s to near 100. We have a heat advisory in effect, and there will be a couple of scattered showers around, despite the fact that there'll also be some sun out. There's also the chance for a thunderstorm with heavy downpours of rain and gusty wind. We'll also have a southwest breeze at about 12 to 20 miles per hour with some higher gusts. Tonight, a cold front's going to come through, so any scattered showers or storms will end early.
Yo, give me 1 minute.
With decreasing humidity as winds shift into the west and northwest. Low temperature 65 to 70. That will set us up for a couple of really nice days Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow's mostly sunny, comfortable humidity, warm, highs 80 to 85, dew points dropping through the 50s. And then it's clear and comfortable Friday night, lows 58 to 64. A nice start to the weekend, mostly sunny Saturday, highs in the mid-80s. However, it looks like we'll have some showers in the area on Sunday with the chance for a heavier downpour or thunderstorm as well. The high near 80. Back to mostly sunny weather Monday and Tuesday. Highs in the low 80s Monday, low to mid-80s Tuesday. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC.
Yeah, putting together some fire.
Mostly cloudy at this point in Hartford.
What you got?
I'm just
For your. I got to do your other thing. Your host.
Oh, okay.
The other one was the show. This is the host.
Are you sure?
This one going to be better, too.
Okay.
Retirement income. Get the retirement income checklist.
Got some good,
The word check.
you got some good
100.
sound bites.
Okay. All right.
Some shit.
Paul.
And every time, that's the thing
705.
I like about the way my mind works.
To maximize your.
Because when I'm listening to your shows
This is
live,
Yeah,
I'll hear
documented.
I'll hear something and be like, oh, I like that. And then when I go edit the thing, I take that out and put it away.
Gotcha.
Player of
So
the test. Just listen when we announce the player of the game during the 7th inning stretch. That would be during the break in the middle of the 7th inning. During every game broadcast on WTIC. Then tune into Brian and Company the following morning at 8:10.
that shit you said yesterday, that was tough too. I got that.
A pair of tickets to
You was like, you said something, and then you was like,
Fox Play.
I'm not down the middle. I'm Reese on the radio. I was like, oh yeah, I like that.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it?
1 minute.
Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Put a motherfucker at the end of that. They would have made it perfect.
We're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, shh. Calm down. The show is about to start. Reese on the radio. Turn it up. Turn it up low. Turn it up loud.
It's like a dream come true.
Turn on your radio. Reese is on the radio.
Yo, let's get it.
Due to the nature of this program, discretion does not exist. It's Reese on the radio. Right now on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Yeah!
Everybody get ready. Boy, are we stocked and we are locked. It's Reese on the radio on WTIC News Talk 1080, folks. Now, I'm going to do something that I have to do. Not that I want to do. I have to do. And that is, as usual, tell people who are dismissive, flippant even, of my analysis on this program. When I come to the airwaves, I told you over and over again that I'm usually, and I mean very rarely, wrong in my analysis when I put my heart, my soul, and my effort in explaining to you that you are being duped, that you are being fooled, that you are being led astray. It's not about me. It's about you. And again, I told you from the day that I got on these airwaves at WTIC, filling in, no matter who the host was, when I filled in for them, I told you guys, take a beat, calm down, don't be so serious, relax. Do not let the news cycle confuse you and influence you. There is a purpose for that. It is to make you think what you're supposed to think. Roland, please, can you do me a favor? Can you do me one favor, if you can remember? Do you remember that top of the hour bit that we played of Morgan Freeman on that TV show? Do you remember that? Do you think you can find it? It was Morgan Freeman on that show. It's a TV show that you like with Zoe Saldana.
Oh, yeah.
What was the name of the show that you like? Is it Firefly or some?
No. Hold up. Give me 1 second.
Okay, so let me know when you find that audio clip. This clip captures exactly what I'm talking about. In essence, and when he plays it, you'll hear what I'm talking about. The objective is that the news media is not here to tell you what the news is. It is to tell you what to think the news is. They create the narrative, and then you go to the water cooler, and then you go to your neighbors, and then you go to your meetings, be it your community meetings, whatever it may be, and that becomes the thing that you're the most concerned about. I used to tell people all the time, never, ever trust a news story that says, could your dishwasher be killing you? News at 11. If it's killing me, tell me now. Interrupt my regularly broadcast television show and tell me how my dishwasher might be killing me. But the objective there is to just get you and draw you in. Now, the news media sit up and they go, but yeah, Reese, we had to do that. People had to watch. I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying that constant theme, when it beats you up over and over again, all of a sudden you think because it's on television, it must be the thing that you must be concerned about. That's all. Roland, did you find it?
It's from Lioness, right?
That's the one. Okay. Do you have it?
Let me make sure.
Okay. So he's got, and it's great. Of course, this is a scripted program. Said Tyler Sheridan. Yeah, I think he's the producer, the creator of that show. But if I sent you the clip, it's clean. If it's the one that you have, the one that you have on your own is probably not clean. But if it's the audio I sent you, it's clean. But it's a great sort of example of what we're talking about. I hope he finds it soon because I want to get into this thing that proves what I'm talking about. But again, the point is, I told you yesterday that all of this mayhem going on about Jeffrey Epstein was made up. It's a media narrative they want you to be concerned about. You weren't concerned about it yesterday. You weren't concerned about it during the last administration. And now all of a sudden you are. Why? Because somebody did a ridiculous poll online that says 63% of Americans concerned with the Jeffrey Epstein case. Why? They can't seem to tell you why, but they tell you why anyway.
I can't find the right one.
Oh, you can't find it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find Morgan Freeman. I'll look it up. Let's see if I can find it to make my point afterwards. Okay.
Did we send it to one another?
Yes, I sent it to you.
Okay, you sent it to me.
I sent it to you.
In
it would be an opening monologue.
In text.
Yeah, in the chat room. So I was the one who sent it to you there. But it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. We'll get to that as soon as we find it. But I want to show you what I was talking about, folks, yesterday in all of this. Listen closely. Your host, Reese on the Radio, just yesterday. In the event that you missed it, here goes. The biggest influence, Tucker Carlson, that because they have shown this either rejection of Pam Bondi or the official statement by the DOJ, that Democrats are seizing on it. We have him. His acolytes are breaking free. They see that, and now we finally got it. It was the one thing that would break them apart. It was Jeffrey Epstein. We have to make this an issue, as does the news media. A story they didn't want to touch during the Biden administration. They had the files. They had every reason. Now, did Donald Trump actually sort of create the issue by saying that, look, when we get the files, we'll release them? Yeah.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one.
But many people made their career off of it. That is where the problem lies. And that's true. Many people made their careers out of the Epstein files. Everybody sat up here and said that it was a big deal. It made a name for themselves, and now their audience is going, but what happened? Your boy, he's not delivering. I voted for him because you told me to vote for him. Or you would believe so. But remember, again, I told you. Nonsense. All of it. But we have to make sure that we get this right. Remember, Sunny Hostin, Houston in 2024.
People were dying for this information. There was some sort of list that everybody thought was going to come out, and who's on the list. What's important for us to note is we shouldn't be repeating names that are on the list, because just because your name has, not on the list, but in the documents, just because your name is on the documents doesn't mean that you have done anything criminally irresponsible or illegal or civilly irresponsible.
Or that you were a client.
Or that you were a client. The only really, these documents as I read them, only reflect Epstein's sexual assaults of women and his sexual behavior. So I think that...
And Ghislaine also?
And Ghislaine. And so being named in this suit does not equate to being accused of wrongdoing. And I think that is extremely important because conspiracy theorists seem to not understand or enjoy facts.
Yes.
These are the facts.
That's right. These are the facts they told us. Let me read the chat room. Reese is with his usual spin for his party. I'm so glad you're here, Donald. I'm so glad you're here. You're going to eat those words. Boy, are you going to eat them. So pull up a plate, get a little dicky on or a bib. All right, grab a spoon and a fork, whichever one you prefer, because I'm going to make you eat every bit of those words. Again, Sunny Hostin, Houston this year. Last year, you can't really say that because you're on the list that you did anything wrong. All of a sudden, it's now this divide between MAGA world and Sunny Hostin is now singing a different tune.
There is a list. Trump's name is on the logs, the passenger logs of Epstein's aircraft at least 7 times. That's already been made public. I mean, of course, Trump is denying any and all allegations, but all of that information is out there. Why not just put it to rest and say, release the list?
Yeah, today they had no interest in it the last time. Huh? How about what's his name? Jamie Raskin of Maryland, the representative. Huh? He was asked on Morning Joe this morning. Hey, come on, man. You guys had the Department of Justice from 21 to 25. Why didn't you release it?
State congressman could have gotten that from 21 to 25 when Democrats controlled the DOJ. Why? It was a crisis then. It's a crisis now. Why didn't Democrats call for it from 21 to 25?
Yeah, if you believe that Donald Trump was on it, you could have destroyed everything about him politically. And he had no fear. Why? Did he know that you guys couldn't release it? What did he know that you didn't know? And he was arrested during the Trump administration, right? Huh? Isn't it quite possible that Trump knew when he was in office and then Biden knew when he was in office and then y'all found out Donald Trump was running and you still didn't release it? Doesn't seem to make sense, especially if this guy is a threat to democracy, if not the world. You had it. You threw everything at him. Jamie Raskin, you, the biggest critic of Donald Trump, why didn't you release it for 4 years? Here's his answer.
So, I mean, you'd have to go back and look specifically at particular prosecutorial decisions and what was taking place in terms of the other cases. So I don't know. We could try to reconstruct that record, but
we could try to you could throw it back in our face, but what's important is that Trump was his friend.
The point is that Donald Trump is the one who has led the crusade to say that that Epstein, who was his very close friend,
very
and
close
all
friend,
kinds of pictures of them.
Yeah, a bunch of pictures of him. He was also Bill Clinton's best friend. So you guys all look ridiculous. You all do. Okay? And for those of you who think that I'm saying something for my party, folks, that's fine. Say what you want. But again, Donald, make sure. Plate in front of you, spoon, fork, what you choose? Huh? Fork? Yeah, okay, no problem. That's all right. Don't hurt yourself. These are going to be hard to swallow. Harry Enton of CNN. Well, he went out and got the polling numbers for how's Trump's polling data going with the Epstein scandal.
Look, I think this one surprised me a bit because of all these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think his approval ratings were going down with Republicans. If anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump, look at our CNN poll. The prior one, 86%. The one out this week, 88% were Republicans. How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approve of Republicans. This week out, 90% were Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex or close there too in terms of his popularity with Republican voters, Epstein files, complaints, or not.
You just proved that not everything online is real.
Yes,
in real life.
I'm sure Harry Enton has always been confused with a right-wing conspiracy theorist there, Donald. How those words tasted? Just one bite? That's okay. It'll go down. Get some water, Kool-Aid, whatever it is you need, buddy. But that's not even the worst part. Because remember, as Reese on the Radio told you yesterday, Democrats are seizing on it. Why? Because they thought that there was a divide. They thought, yes, we got him. Jeffrey Epstein's going to be the thing. That's going to be the thing that's going to save the republic. Not so much.
Is there any reason that you can find that this hasn't taken hold and hurt him?
Yeah. I mean, on X, all you hear about is the Epstein files. But how about out in the real public? Republicans who said the top issue was Epstein case. The answer is one, and not 1%. One respondent. This is a great little finding that Ariel Edwards-Levy, who of course is part of our polling unit, found. Just one single Republican said that the nation's top problem is in fact the Epstein case. Not much of a surprise that therefore Donald Trump's approval rating has not suffered with Republicans because of the Epstein case. Because the bottom line is most Americans say it's not high up on their priority list.
That's right. It's not high on their priority list. Who told you that? Ding, 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 ding. This guy. But again, most importantly, Democrats who tried to seize on it. Harry, why don't you tell us how they're doing now that they're screaming and hollering, even though they didn't during the Biden administration, for the Epstein files? How's their polling data going?
Congressional Democrats have been trying to seize on this. You hear them also parroting what you're hearing online, saying, release the files, this is terrible, blah, blah, blah. I mean, is that working for them?
No. I mean, look, here's what's so important. You know, we talk about the potential of Republicans leaving Donald Trump. They're not leaving him. But what about congressional Democrats and problems with their own base? Democrats' net approval of congressional Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University, in June of 2025, it was their second worst ever at minus 12 points. It's not low enough for you? How about we go even lower? In July of 2025, minus 13 points. Their worst net approval rating for congressional Democrats among Democrats ever. Donald Trump is not the one who has problems with his political base. It is congressional Democrats are the ones who have problems with their own political base.
How far are you down with those words there, buddy? There is nothing for me to do. I don't have to do a thing. I give my political commentary. I turn out to be right, and then you get mad at me because I am. Don't. didn't take 24 hours for me to be right. It didn't even take a week. It was next morning. Killing it regularly right here for you. Doing the job the mainstream media refuses to do. And what's that thing that the mainstream media refuses to do for you? The thing that I'm doing? Giving you the truth. Giving you the facts. It's the thing that they refuse to do for you. I told you yesterday that it was a media narrative. I told you yesterday that it was bull. They don't care about Jeffrey Epstein. They want it to matter. Because remember, at the end of the day, it is about destroying Donald Trump and his reputation. For what? It's his second term. He's got nothing to run for. Do they think this is going to help them in some sort of way, in a congressional way, in the midterm elections? That polling data says it every day. They're losing more and more support. They keep standing for the wrong things. And folks, when I get to this story that came out of The Hill and the story that came out of Politico today, it's going to baffle you. Nothing is working for Democrats. It's over for them. Over. And guess who told you that too? This guy. When I read you these two stories on who the Democrat Party is polling for and who the news media is actually pulling for the Democrat base to actually rally around, you are going to lose it. And it's not like I didn't warn you about it before. Democrats are done. Donald Trump is not, because it isn't about Donald Trump. Make it about him if you want, but it has nothing to do with him. Nothing. And everything they throw at him fails miserably. And it has nothing to do with whether or not I'm MAGA this or I'm Republican that. You can say it all day that I refuse to play both sides. I'm never going to play both sides. I'm just going to tell you this. As soon as the other side starts telling the truth, I'll start echoing their words. But they can't, because they're dishonest. Because they are liars. Once they start telling the truth, you'll find an unbiased Reese on the Radio. But it's going to take them to tell the truth in order for it to happen. And we all know that never will. We'll come back, more news, more views, and we'll have that audio for you from Morgan Freeman when we return. Don't go anywhere. We got to pay bills. It's Reese on the Radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hi, I'm Jerry Puya from Between Rounds Bakery Sandwich Cafe. This new sandwich I'm about to announce will knock your socks off. It's called the Raging Bull. I don't know why, but Rocky Balboa pops into my head. The Raging Bull is an overstuffed sandwich of roast beef, pastrami, pepper jack cheese, Hellman's ancho chipotle sauce, and get this, potato chips. That's right, potato chips on the sandwich. This sandwich is packed with flavor, heat, and crunch. Amazing. For June and July, Between Rounds will donate $1 from each Raging Bull sold to the Hockanum Valley Community Council Food Pantry. You will love this sandwich, and we will love supporting such a great organization. Between Rounds Bakery Sandwich Cafe with locations in Vernon, Manchester, South Windsor, East Windsor, and Tolland. We'd love to see you. Visit BetweenRoundsBagels.com for franchise information and to order online.
A savory, flavory, bagel, deli, and bakery. Between Rounds. Between Rounds. Between Rounds. Between Rounds.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at forhers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Trying to lose weight? It's time to try Hers. At forhers.com/radio, you can access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you. These include oral medication kits and compounded semaglutide, the same active ingredient that's in Ozempic and Wegovy, but at a much lower price. So you can lose weight for less money than you'd spend on name-brand drugs. Through Hers, pricing for compounded semaglutide starts at just $199 a month for a 12-month plan when paid in full up front. No hidden fees, no membership fees. Plus, the process is 100% online. If prescribed, your personalized plan ships free directly to your door. Reach your weight loss goals with help from Hers. Get started at forhers.com/radio to access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss plans. That's forhers.com/radio. forhers.com/radio.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest. And now, a WTIC News Update.
It's 2:30, Hartford temperature 84 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News will have, we got some sun poking through the overcast right now. That could spark a couple of strong thunderstorms, scattered, not for everyone. All the forecast details coming up. Bridgeport's mayor is livid over a decision to release a man tied to a notorious double murder over 2 decades ago. Adrian Peeler was serving time on a federal drug rap. He was granted clemency by former President Joe Biden in the final days of that administration. Peeler was tied to the shooting deaths of Karen Clark and her 8-year-old son, B.J. Brown, in 1999. B.J. was to testify against Peeler's brother, Russell, in another murder trial. Governor Lamont has signed a bill into law which prevents police from handcuffing children under the age of 14 unless it is deemed that child poses a safety threat. That bill signing held earlier today in Norwalk. Enforcement ICE officials are gaining access, or will be, to personally identify information for all of the nation's 79 million Medicaid enrollees. That, according to an agreement, ICE officials plan to track immigrants who may not be living legally in the U.S. Maureen Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director Jim Comey, who as a federal prosecutor in Manhattan worked the Sean Diddy Combs and Jeffrey Epstein cases, has told colleagues in a note that fear of the tool of a tyrant and that her firing without reason should fuel, quote, a fire of righteous indignation at abuses of power. WTIC News time is 2:32. Here's Bob with the forecast.
Hot and humid out there this afternoon with a mix of sun and clouds, a chance for a shower or thunderstorm. The high around 90 or so, but the heat index well into the 90s to near 100. Heat advisory through 7 p.m. And any thunderstorms that form will be pretty widely scattered, but if you happen to run into one, it could have some very heavy rain and gusty wind. Partly cloudy tonight, turning less humid. Any scattered showers or storms end early. The cold front goes through during the night. Lows reach 65 to 70 with decreasing humidity. Mostly sunny and pleasant Friday. Highs be 80 to 85. Very comfortable humidity. Dew points dropping through the 50s. Clear and comfortable Friday night. Lows 58 to 64. And Saturday looks like the better half of the weekend. Another nice day. Mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-80s. Showers, though, on Sunday with a chance for downpour or thunderstorm. The high near 80. Back to mostly sunny conditions Monday and Tuesday. Highs in the low 80s Monday, low to mid-80s on Tuesday. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Wall Street, the Dow up 266 points. NASDAQ's ahead 163, and the S&P is up 35 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Hi, this is Eric Hogarth, Certified Financial Planner from Money Wisdom. Learn ways to prevent avoidable surprises from derailing your retirement and discover smart financial strategies for your future. Listen every week on Money Wisdom, Saturdays at 8:30 on WTIC News Talk 1080.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
A successful retirement doesn't just happen. It requires a plan that is custom built to suit everyone's individual financial situation. Every Saturday at 3, we share vital information on how to build and live a successful retirement. It's On the Money with Jay Dorso. Retirement strategies on building income and proper protection from the pitfalls and the latest news in the retirement universe. On the Money with Jay Dorso, 3 p.m. this Saturday on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable, no-clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
If you have unfiled taxes or this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WTIC News Talk 1080 is celebrating 100 years on the
Congressional
air.
Democrats have been trying to seize on this. You hear them also parroting what you're hearing online, saying, release the files, this is terrible, blah, blah, blah. I mean, is that working for them?
No, I mean, look, here's what's so important. You know, we talk about the potential of Republicans leaving Donald Trump. They're not leaving him. But what about congressional Democrats and problems with their own base? Democrats' net approval of congressional Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University, in June of 2025, it was their second worst ever at minus 12 points. Is that not low enough for you? How about we go even lower? In July of 2025, minus 13 points. Their worst net approval rating for congressional Democrats among Democrats ever. Donald Trump is not the one who has problems with his political base. It is congressional Democrats are the ones who have problems with their own political.
Now, I want to go into something that needs to be cleared up. And this is where Democrats and people on the left literally paint themselves into a corner. And I'm going to utilize one of our Democrat listeners or left-leaning listeners as an example. Okay, it's very important. Donald here, whom I love. I tell him all the time, buddy, I love you. One, because he listens to the show and he disagrees with me every day. Even his poor wife says to him, if you don't like the man so much, why you listen to him? And Donald can't explain it either. Probably because he wants to hear both sides and he finds the show entertaining. I hope that was a good impersonation of your wife, Donald. But I want to read something to you, which again, yesterday Donald was saying to me that, Reese, you need to be more even-keeled. I'm paraphrasing, but down the middle. Share both sides. And you heard at the end of my monologue, the reason why I'm never going to show both sides is because what the Democrats represent is full of lies. Okay? It's lie. Everything they stand for is a lie. A man cannot be a woman. Drag queens should not be reading books to children. Okay? Pornography, even if it promotes obscure sexual proclivities, should not be in the libraries of public schools. Okay? January 6th was not an insurrection. It was a riot at a federal building that we pay for, which by the scope of it was nothing compared to what we saw in Seattle or Portland, Oregon, or Ferguson, Missouri. Nothing compared. Those riots saw dozens of people dead, billions of dollars worth of damage. We saw none of that on January 6th. Donald Trump did not incite a riot. So when you guys start standing for things that are the truth, I will give both sides of the story. I will never, ever start repeating the other side just to be fair, because they have no intention of being fair, especially when they're telling lies. Now, with that, I want you to listen to what Donald wrote. He says that he is not an acolyte of the left. He isn't. He says, I'm no fan of this present-day Democrat Party. They are responsible for this present administration achieving power. He doesn't even stand with them. So why should I echo them, Donald? If you don't even stand with them, why should I? Why should I start touting things about the Democrat Party that you don't even stand for? You want me to be fair and balanced to what? It doesn't make sense. This is where you paint yourself into a corner. With all due respect, Donald, and I say this all the time, okay? You guys do not get it. You contradict yourselves as people on the left every single day. As well-meaning as you might be, your point of view is skewed because it's not based in reality or facts. So when you're arguing about me standing up for my side, while you openly admit that you don't stand up for yours, and you can't, not as a reasonable person. So instead of standing with us, who are trying to fight every day for truth, justice, and dare I say it, the American way, you refuse. Because as much as you don't like your party, you'll never join ours. So who indeed is being dishonest here? Because every day, and I know why you come and check out this show. There's a reason why you're not checking out Smirkanich. There's a reason why you're not checking out Don Lemon and Joy Reid. Because you can't trust them. But you come here, you may argue with me, but you know that where I'm coming from is from an honest place. And I'm not trying to fool you. I challenge you every day. I ask you to think. I don't tell you what to think. Never have and never will. That's why you come here, reluctantly, dragged even. But you show up here. And again, I'm the person who commends you for it. You won't hear anybody, and I've seen the comments going back and forth to you in the chat room. These people talk to you with love and with respect. They adore you for being here, even though you disagree with them. Go somewhere else and have one of these folks join them on their left-wing sites and see the cruelty that they will get. You know it. I know it. You're here because you're welcome here. Go back there. Go to any one of those leftist sites and have a difference of opinion. Go on those leftist sites and say to them, I don't stand with this Democrat Party. They'll say, then what are you doing here? Take your behind over there to the Republicans. There's no room for nuance or reason or pragmatism. Everybody knows why you're here because that's all accepted here. That's always given. We always give that the benefit of the doubt here. That's why. So I don't take any offense to you saying that I'm taking my side. My side's the only side telling the truth. Within reason. I know my side can lie. Anybody's lies. Are you kidding me? But you're trying to hold this huge standard, knowing that you can't even hold it to your own party. Again, openly saying, I don't stand with this Democrat Party. They're the ones who caused this to happen because they lied to everybody, because they pulled the wool over average citizens' heads. They told them to put on masks, to take vaccines, that their freedom didn't matter. They told them what they could and couldn't say on social media. They had an adoring news media that did everything that they asked them to do. Admonish human beings. Tell them that they deserve to die if they didn't take the vaccine. Of course you don't respect the party as it is right now because it's mush. It's mud. But don't come over here and start screaming at us. Screaming at us talking about how we're bad. Are you kidding me? Compared to what? What do you got over there? You're a man on an island. You can't stand with Democrats and you refuse to stand with us. You're alone in this world. And if that's where you choose to be, that's fine. We applaud you. We do. We think that you should stand on your own and take the arrows as they come to you. But the simple fact is, don't ask us to be fair and balanced. when the side that you can't even represent anymore doesn't even bother. They're the hypocrites, my friend, not us. Let's go to the phones. 860-522-WTIC. I'll take Steve in Springfield. How are you, sir?
Hi, Reese. How you doing?
Pretty good. What's up, buddy?
I've been listening to an awful lot of stuff about the Epstein thing.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to fill in some of the gaps of a lot of the elements of the discussion that aren't being discussed here. I mean, the whole thing with the Epstein thing is that anybody can pick whatever side they want because it's shrouded in vagaries.
Sure.
And, what do you call it? People that may be on the list that maybe are innocent and all this other stuff. I mean, I heard a thing that the deep state might have put tripwires on the Epstein file so that the more Trump goes into it, the more he'll get buried. But here's the thing. Here's the main thing. First of all, when the whole thing of Epstein, what is Epstein? He's got a black book, okay? He's bringing people to Lolita Island. Now, I've heard stuff before. I mean, I don't know how much of it is true, that what you do is you get somebody involved in being a pedophile and being on an island and being filmed. Then what happens is there's somebody that can be captured, blackmailed, which I think might be a huge part of it. And you know what the thing is? This whole Epstein might expose some of the things that our Secret Service and security and the CIA do to blackmail people around the world.
Steve, let me interject.
So many unanswered questions.
You brought something up that I thought was very, very significant in all of this. Let me ask you a question, okay? How many of the Epstein victims are dead? Do you know how many?
I don't know, but
one.
If they're using underage girls,
no, I understand that. But there is one. Is that correct? Just one. Apparently, she committed suicide, and someone's saying that she had this sort of kill switch. That if she were to pass away, all this other information was supposed to be released. But according to the story that we know so far, there was only one victim who is dead. Is that fair to say? And they say there were plenty of girls who were brought in and who were either exploited or abused in this case, right? There are victims that are still alive. Yes?
Right.
No? Right. Okay. So here's the question. Again, it's real simple. Everyone, again, talking about the Epstein files and the client list. If I know anything as a sort of an investigative journalist, which again is kind of what I do here, you have live witnesses, yes?
Mm.
Why has no one talked to them? The news media, hey, who abused you? Does this person look familiar? Was this guy there? Was this one? I remember one young lady who did an interview. They asked whether or not Bill Clinton was with any of the girls over there. Young lady said no, he was not. That was immediately why Bill Clinton was taken off the list. But again, if there are other victims, why haven't they come forward? And better yet, why hasn't the news media made any efforts to reach out to them and say, hey, can you identify who abused you?
When they were talking about Epstein being a CIA asset,
yes.
I mean, God forbid that our intelligence agencies aren't blackmailing people by getting them caught with underage girls. Because if our intelligence agencies are involved in garbage like this, they need to be exposed.
Well, yeah, but you also ask yourself, look, let's make you a gumshoe investigator in this, Steve, right? If you were going out to find out information on this case, would you go to the people who are accused to ask them if they did it? Or would you be going to the person who accused them to see who indeed was the person? Because, again, not to say that the person is going to be telling you directly, they're going to be credible in that case. You're going to go to those individuals and then follow that lead. It's not that I'm saying that everybody needs to be believed in this in any way. The part that I'm finding odd is that they have live witnesses. No one is interviewing.
Right. I'll tell you something. This is such a huge sewer of potential evil that I don't know where you begin with this.
Yeah, well, agreed. But I would say a good start would be the live witnesses. But no one is talking about them at all. No one's talking about them at all.
And give them immunity.
Exactly. Thank you, boss man. I appreciate you. We got to go to a break. When we come back, more news, more views. We'll take your phone calls if time permits. We're going to try to, because I have plenty of other stuff to get into. I got to get in this Mondami thing, but I know that as it has been, people are very interested in this story. But I'll further lay that out. Plus, we'll get the Lioness clip when we can. All right? And, yeah, that's about it. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Reese on the Radio, WTIC News Talk 1080.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell.
You didn't happen to find it, did you?
Cancellation guy.
I don't even remember the words of it.
Okay,
I just remember the show.
I think I got it.
To help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons.
And when I looked in our chat, we only had the one from Landman.
Family treaty.
I got
that
it.
philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Before long, the court's going to start chanting off with their heads, and they know it. In a decade, no pillar of journalism will exist in its current form. New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. They stopped reporting the news and started telling us what they think the news is.
Entertainment. Poor form at that.
Court.
Surgery
I
or
found
harmful
it.
drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics. 860-440-PAIN. That's 860-440-PAIN. 860-440-PAIN.
If you're drowning in IRS and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Listen to WTIC News Talk 1080 on the free Odyssey app. Download and like WTIC today for alerts on special programming.
We're back, Reese on the Radio, and I did find that clip. Here it is. It's Morgan Freeman in the show Lioness talking about the news media. He and another character are sitting there watching the news and hearing them screaming and hollering about stuff.
Court justice were falling out of favor over the king. Now they're mocking the court itself. Before long, the court's going to start chanting off with their heads, and they know it. In a decade, no pillar of journalism will exist in its current form. New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. They stopped reporting the news and started telling us what they think the news is and what our opinion of that news should be.
That's it. That's all they're doing, is telling us what our opinion of that news should be. If you've watched CNN, if you watched anywhere, I'll give you a perfect example of this. Ray Rice. That was his name, right? Roland, Ray Rice, the running back for the Baltimore Ravens?
Yep.
That was him. Okay. It was training camp after the scandal of him punching his wife at the casino in the elevator. I know you all remember that. It was everywhere, all over the place. This man knocked out his then fiance, and she married him. And when he got to training camp, the news media was all over it. Why? It was abuse of a woman, of course. Everybody was there, and they wanted to get reaction from the fans. But when the news media arrived there, especially the ESPNs and the Fox Sports ones, when they showed up there, they were met by something that shocked them and appalled them at the same time. Women lined the audience wearing Ray Rice jerseys. They couldn't believe it. They were like, what? What? That all of their ad nauseum reporting on the abuse that this man inflicted on his wife did not resonate with women who were Baltimore Ravens fans. It didn't. Another case was Chris Brown and the Rihanna scandal. You all remember that too. Well, Chris Brown did a performance at the Today Show that they did not cancel. Why? Because legions of young viewers were going to be there to watch Chris Brown perform. The news media showed up there, shocked the hell. What are you doing here? They asked the young ladies. And the young ladies responded by saying, we don't know what happened. We weren't there. The news media was furious. We had talked about this all day. We had admonished Chris Brown. We made him a villain, and it didn't go according to plan. He still had legions of fans. Now, if that doesn't tell you that the agenda-based media is the agenda-based media, that's all you need to know. You don't follow. You do not adhere. Because it's not about reporting the news. What it should be is just reporting the news and moving on. Here, we told you the story. Make up your mind and move on. No, they were angry at you because you didn't listen to them. Because they're the influencers. You're the sheep. Let's take a break. We'll be back. More news, more views when we return. It's Reese on the Radio. No, we go straight ahead? I'm sorry. I totally keep forgetting. I think it's the later hour. I'm totally wrong. Thank you, Roland, for stopping me. But anyway, that's my point. The news media thinks that they're supposed to tell you what to think. And you're supposed to think. You're supposed to adhere. They told you this. We are the thought providers. How did it work? You ever see these guys asking themselves, how did he win? Didn't we beat this guy up every day on the news media? They're just not listening to us. I'll give you another example. I'll give you another great example. It was Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer sitting at the Senate floor talking about Donald Trump tweeting. If he'd stop tweeting, if he spend a lot less time tweeting and more governing. And as soon as I heard that, all of a sudden everybody else was repeating it. All he does is tweet, tweet, tweet. He is Twitter in chief, Twitter in chief. And in my head, I said to myself, wow, there's an awful lot of people talking about Donald Trump tweeting. And then I started to look at it and go, oh, I get it now. They usually expose exactly what they fear most. See, Donald Trump tweeting means he has direct access to you. There is no go-between. There is no funnel. There is no Donald Trump speaks, the news media reports, and then you get the information. No, Donald Trump, he technically reaches you right on your phone. Hey, Donald Trump here. How you doing? Do you like the big, beautiful bill? Hey, Donald Trump here. I think Jerome Powell should be fired. What do you think? He's going right to you. Doesn't need them. Ticks them off. Drives them crazy. They're of no use. They're of no use. And that drives them crazy. How dare he reach right into your laptop, right into your phone, and actually poll you and talk to you, communicate with you. Folks, that's why they kicked them off social media anyway. Remember? Remember? I know you do. The polling data suggests that every time Donald Trump tweets or truths or whatever, people agree with him. It's just a fact. Let's get to some news. John Silva's in your WTIC newsroom. It's Reese on the Radio. We'll be back after this.
WTIC is celebrating 100 years on...
Be right back.
100 years of serving Connecticut. This is WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford, an Odyssey station.
3 o'clock, 87 degrees with hazy sun. We'll have the chance for a strong thunderstorm. Any downpour could bring also some damaging wind gusts with it. All the forecast details coming up. Meteorologist Bob Cox on duty in the Weather Center. The White House is releasing some new information about President Trump's health.
I'm Linda Kenyon at the White House. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump has been experiencing some swelling in his legs and that doctors performed extensive tests and found nothing unusual.
Chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
In addition, Leavitt said bruising on the president's hand is due to handshaking and the use of aspirin.
In Bridgeport, Mayor Joe Ganim is not mincing words about his thoughts on clemency granted to Adrian Peeler during the final days of the Biden administration. Peeler, who was convicted of killing an 8-year-old boy and his mother in Bridgeport in 1999, has now been released from a federal prison in West Virginia, where he was doing time on a federal drug rap that was related to the case. Ganim says he has many questions, including where Peeler's going next.
Is there supervised release? Is there parole? Is there probation? Is there somebody to report to? Or does this fall in the lap of the city of Bridgeport to deal with someone who was a hired killer who killed an 8-year-old child and his mother and say, here, Bridgeport, this is what we're giving you back. Thank you, Joe Biden.
Ganim is demanding answers as to how this was approved or whether it was legal if someone other than former President Biden approved the clemency. Bridgeport's police chief says his team will reach out to federal partners to try to get answers as to Peeler's whereabouts. He was convicted in the killing of Karen Clark and Leroy B.J. Brown. The youngster was to have testified in a separate murder trial against Peeler's brother. There's been another victim to that fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. Correspondent Matt Piper.
66-year-old Brenda Cropper had been in critical condition since Sunday's fire and becomes the 10th person to die from it. All those who have died have been over the age of 60. Fall River Mayor Paul Coogan has announced plans to increase staffing at the fire department with at least 15 new positions added over the next 2 years.
We came up to a compromise that I think works for the city and for the fire union, but right now, everyone's rowing the boat in the same direction.
Cropper's family says she suffered multiple organ failures and burns over more than 50% of her body in the fire. Matt Piper, CBS News.
House expected to approve President Trump's request to claw back about $9 billion in public broadcasting and foreign aid. Final vote to approve the spending cuts package is scheduled for this evening. Republicans are targeting institutions and programs they feel are bloated or out of step with their agenda. The White House has described the package as a test case and says if Congress goes along, more requests will come. Governor Lamont has signed a bill restricting the use of handcuffs on kids under the age of 14. During a bill signing in Norwalk today, proponents hailed the measure, arguing that young people who are traumatized by the experience are more likely to commit criminal behavior down the road. There are some exceptions. A police officer can use cuffs on a child if public safety is compromised or the child poses a threat to themselves or others. Brittany Lamar is the senior project manager of the Juvenile Justice Committee.
It affirms that our children deserve dignity, even in moments of crisis, and that law enforcement has a shared interest in tools and standards that are developmentally appropriate. For police, the bill provides clarity and safeguards that reduce harm. For youth and families, it builds trust in systems that have too often felt punitive.
New law takes effect October 1st. WTIC News Time is 3:04. Checking traffic on this Thursday. Looks like we've got a problem in East Hartford, westbound side of 84, between exits 54 and 51. Looks like the right lane blocked there due to a crash involving a tractor trailer and several vehicles. And Danbury, westbound 84 between exits 7 and 6. Right lane is closed there due to a two-vehicle crash. Meteorologist Bob Cox is the WTIC Weather Center forecast.
It's hot and humid again out there this afternoon with the temperature getting into the upper 80s and maybe low 90s in a few spots. The heat index well into the 90s to near 100. We have a heat advisory in effect, and there will be a couple of scattered showers around, despite the fact that there'll also be some sun out. There's also the chance for a thunderstorm with heavy downpours of rain and gusty wind. We'll also have a southwest breeze at about 12 to 20 miles per hour with some higher gusts. Tonight, a cold front's going to come through, so any scattered showers or storms will end early. Otherwise, it's partly cloudy with decreasing humidity as winds shift into the west and northwest. Low temperature 65 to 70. That will set us up for a couple of really nice days Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow's mostly sunny, comfortable humidity, warm, highs 80 to 85, dew points dropping through the 50s. And then it's clear and comfortable Friday night, lows 58 to 64. A nice start to the weekend, mostly sunny Saturday, highs in the mid-80s. However, it looks like we'll have some showers in the area on Sunday with the chance for a heavier downpour or thunderstorm as well. The high near 80. Back to mostly sunny weather Monday and Tuesday. Highs in the low 80s Monday, low to mid-80s Tuesday. I'm meteorologist Bob Cox in the WTIC Weather Center.
Partly sunny, 87 in Hartford, Wall Street. The Dow up 288 points. The NASDAQ is ahead 178, and the S&P is up 39. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
I'm Bobby Finger.
And I'm Lindsay Weber. Our podcast, Who Weekly, is everything you need to know about the celebrities you don't. Think of us as your cheat code to People magazine, your glossary for Hollywood, a shortcut to understanding pop culture at large.
For the past 8 years, Who Weekly has been telling listeners everything they need to know about the celebrities they don't.
Who Weekly airs twice weekly with brand new episodes on Tuesdays and Fridays. Listen and follow Who Weekly, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
At Ayala Home Services, we handle hundreds of water heater issues a year. We know how much of an inconvenience no hot water is, and with our fully stocked trucks and warehouse, you can get your hot water back as soon as the same day. Contact the trusted professionals at Ayala Home Services when you call, click, or text today and say hello, ALO. Call for details. Licensed for safety. HIC 628926, P10277688, S10406241, S3308699, SM 3004646, E11854643.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. Maybe even your sex drive is off. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Northeast Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an improved sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
Here we go.
Offices across the Northeast to serve you, including our new office in Warwick, Rhode Island.
Reese on the radio, making sense of the news. Yeah, even when it makes no sense at all. Now on WTIC, News Talk 1080.
All right, we're back. It's Reese on the radio, and this is ridiculous. Computer, I have to fix it. It's driving me nuts. If you don't pay attention to it, it will go off the screen. Then I got to put in this long nonsense that's in there. Anyway, Democratic voters who skipped the 2024 election want candidates like Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That's who they want. They don't want moderates. They don't want people like Ned Lamont, who Representative Elliott is calling, too conservative. They don't. That's what's being reported. Since Donald Trump's crushing defeat of Kamala Harris in November, Democrats have agonized over their loss. Manifestos have been published, podcasts launched, summits held, all in the name of trying to figure out how to win back voters Democrats lost last year. But new research suggests the prevailing wisdom that has guided those efforts. The idea Democrats tacked too far to the left last year might be, wrong. The polling conducted by Democrat pollster Celinda Lake on behalf of the Progressive Donor Network, Way to Win, indicates that contrary to Beltway think, these voters would have preferred someone more progressive than Harris. According to Lake, the Americans who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and sat out of the 2024 election generally hold favorable view of Democrats. They believe inequality is at the heart of the problem. They say health care should be made available to everyone who needs it, and they want candidates committed to fighting for that vision. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the politicians most popular among voters polled were the ones that have long campaigned to make health care accessible to all and making billionaires pay their fair share. And that's Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They were far and away the favorite candidates of voters. 78% of those polled held favorable views of Sanders. 64% of them had favorable views of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Bringing up the rear, Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer. They came back with 60 and 50% respectively. So here I'm telling you yesterday that the Democrat Party has got to embrace being liberals, being leftist, socialist. And the polling data says, hey, it might be right. It might be working. And this Zohran Mamdani, it may be upsetting to moderate Democrats. It may be upsetting to conservatives or moderate conservatives or moderate Republicans that this guy's talking about all-out war on industry, the seizing of industry. That may be upsetting to them, but a growing number in the Democrat Party are for this. So even though we have this latest bit by Mamdani that was exposed, I think back in 2020, talking about homelessness, you and I, reasonable people, may think that what he says here is radical, but not to Democrats, because they only hear two things: housing crisis and taking away from the wealthy.
My platform is that every single person should have housing. And I think faced with these two options, the system has hundreds of thousands of people unhoused, right? For what? And if there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now. Mm-hmm. And I think that people try and play like gotcha games about these kinds of things. And it's like, look, I care more about whether somebody has a home.
That resonates. You and I look at that about seizing property, seizing private. They're like, no, doesn't matter. Look at what the Democrats are saying after they met with him yesterday.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man.
It's just beautiful to have someone who is so authentic. That's money cannot buy that.
Zohran Mamdani is an incredible talent. It's hard not to be won over.
You have AOC and Zohran. That's a winning combo.
This guy is not a communist. He's not a socialist. He's an advocate for small C capitalism.
Yeah, he's small C capitalism. He's not a communist. Yeah, you guys got it all wrong about that guy. Got it all wrong. Of course you do. But it doesn't matter. And you can even listen to some of the folks who do not like Mamdani, reasonable Democrats in New York, probably on the left. They're not a fan of him. They're hoping. They have no confidence, by the way. They're hoping that a miracle happens.
I just think Mamdani would be terrible for the city.
I don't support it.
Not a fan.
That's not what we want for New York, do we?
I think it's too radical. He's an idiot.
He thinks he's going to give everything free. Where's the money going to come from?
Everyone always has to make money.
Government-run grocery stores, that's ridiculous. That's what they do in communist countries.
Well, I go for private industry. So if that's a choice, okay. I wouldn't want it to be the only choice.
It would implode the city.
I'm hoping for a miracle. Someone else, Eric Adams or someone wins.
Yeah, hoping for a miracle. Boy, I'm hoping there's a miracle. They have no confidence in this at all. Why would they? Why would they have any confidence? Because they know the tide is turning. The party is going the way that the party's going. It just is. They want, I don't even know whether or not they care about how it's done. I don't even think they care if it turns New York City into a wasteland. I think this is more about victory than it is about reason. I think it's more about that victory, no matter how it's implemented, even if they fail, like even if Mamdani becomes mayor and not a thing he proposes ever happens, the only thing they're looking at is winning. And then they'll do it again. They want to continue because it sounds crazy, but think about who we're talking about here. They would continue to go down that same road, right? They would say, okay, Mamdani, you didn't give us what we wanted. Give us the next guy who's going to promise the same thing, and we'll keep voting for him. But we're never going in the opposite direction. We're going to continue going down the road of keeping this stuff coming, right? The guy who's this time we'll vet that guy and get an actual plan. And they'll even go one step further. They'll also elect an assembly that will assist said mayor in doing those things and implementing those things. They'll only cast the net wider to make sure that anyone who would stand in his way, whoever that mayor is, make sure they're ousted. They'll never go back in the other direction. No one's ever going to say, all right, we gave it a try, we'll go back. That used to be the way politics were done. I can even go so far as to say, Herbert Walker Bush to Clinton, Clinton to George W. Bush, George W. Bush to Obama. Obama was probably, that was where that all ended, because around Barack Obama's time, it became, let's give a black guy a chance. You know that was it. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. That's what happened. You know it did. You know what they say, that America's an experiment? Why not? That's what it is. And that's why when people got mad at me when he was over, I said 2016, yeah, experiment over. People are like, what are you talking about? I didn't, don't get mad at me. That's what you said. You said, let's give a black guy a chance. Apparently you were experimenting, right? With all of us. But anyway, I digress. Nonetheless, that's what that was all about. It used to be back and forth, but now, nope. Double down. Cast a wider net. Do more. Because that's what the excuse will be after the first term. My assembly, they fought me on everything that I was trying to do. But if you get rid of them, you know what? Orders taken. We got you, buddy. And that's what they'll do. No, keep double downing on that stuff, and they'll go nuts. So I don't expect anything to come from this other than New Yorkers are going to end up being disappointed. They'll be forced to move. If I were them, like we're looking, November? Right? We got a November election. He'll start implementing his stuff come April, May even. Start really fundamentally changing the city. He might, do something very subtle like cancel pride parades. He is Muslim. It's not like that hasn't been done before. All of a sudden, that communism stuff starts coming out of nowhere. And if he has a Democrat majority in the assembly, start warming them up to some of the ideas. Come on, folks. We can finally implement those things that we've always been talking about, huh? Taking care of the lower class, taking care of the poor, huh? Get them housing. Come on. We can, all of those pet projects that we tried to do, now we've got the power to do it. Sure enough, he's got a Democrat majority. And that's what he's going to get. That's never going to be a Republican majority. And all those folks to finally realize what they've always wanted. To realize what they've always wanted, always dreamed of. A socialist utopia. Oh, man, forget about it. Housing for the... Oh, well, it'll be housing for everybody. I don't know if it'll be for the homeless. They'll probably be last on the list. But definitely housing for migrants, illegals, definitely them. They will definitely get housing first. He'll raise taxes immediately. I think that's something that they'll get the assembly to do. I don't think the assembly is going to even fight him on that one. I think they'll raise those city taxes for everything. Congestion pricing, they'll find another way around that. Is that still happening yet? I don't even know if that's happening yet. I didn't hear anything. I heard that they put a halt on it. And then right around April, everybody starts moving. U-Haul trucks, Mayflower trucks, all of them. They start lining the city. And then Fox 5 and CBS New York, they'll start doing reports on. We've noticed a lot of U-Haul trucks and moving trucks in the city. A mass exodus of some of the wealthy from the Upper East and Upper West Side. And it's a recipe that's, it's ready-made. Why? What's the big thing that they're no longer doing in New York? What's the big thing that they're no longer doing? Going to work in the office buildings. I think it's like a third of the office buildings are empty, aren't they? People remote work. And hell, if I can remote work from the Upper East Side, who says I can't remote work from Boca Raton? That's probably what's going to happen. And it'll be this exodus, and people they'll try not to report on it. They'll try to save the guy. His pushback will be, oh, they're just a bunch of capitalists who don't care about the poor like we do. And the news media will nod their head and say, sure, right. Let's look at all of these people. And they'll do what they did during COVID, or people who didn't want to take the shot. If you leave New York City, what will they say about you? Look at you, you bigot. Look at you. You don't care about the poor. That's why you're leaving. You're taking your money with them, because you want these people to starve. And starve they will. Starve they will. There'll be some other people who will fall for the rhetoric where they can't go. I can't leave. I can't. There was this story. I'm going to find it for the next break. BBC did it. I'm going to find this story. I'm going to tell you exactly the mindset of this virus that's there. I talked about this on my podcast a couple of years ago. People still think this story is fake. But like I said, that's all you need to do. There are plenty of people out there. You can shame them into giving it all away. Just with the right wording, with the right phrasing. You can literally talk a person out of their money, out of their purse, out of their wallet. You can, because they don't want to be deemed. They don't want to feel like they're uncaring. And that's the thing that, they pat themselves on their back about. Look how much I care. Look how much I give. I've got a pin and everything, and I've changed my social media status. That's right, they're so involved in that. Getting those social credits that they do. I'm going to tell you this story about the BBC. Do you remember that story in Baltimore? It was in Maryland, I think it was. I know we talked about it here on WTIC. I remember Shattuck talking about it, and I talked about it later that day. About that poor guy who was threatened by the, I guess, somewhat homeless vagrant guy with a knife. Threatened his pregnant girlfriend and their kids. Came up to them with a knife. And, of course, out of danger, he called the police, and the police came, and they found the guy had a knife on him, and they hauled him in. And that poor guy walked up to the police officer and said, hey, what are you doing? He goes, we're arresting him. He had a knife. Didn't he threaten you? Yeah, but I didn't want him to get arrested. I was like, well, we have to arrest him. He had a weapon, and he threatened you. Did he not threaten you? Yeah. Well, why don't you want him to get arrested? Well, I don't want him to think I'm racist. You remember it. I know you do. So what do you think is going to happen in New York? Sure, some people will say, oh, screw that, I'm out. Other people, on the other hand, will say, you know, honey, listen. We had a lot of social circles. We really worked hard, you know, to get into our regular club at the, 92nd Street Y. That membership, didn't come easy. Perhaps we should stick around. Sure, they're going to rob us blind. But that social status, we'll still get those season tickets to all the parties. Oh, you think I'm kidding? That's the psyche. That's the psyche. So it doesn't matter. Democrats love Mondami.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man.
It's just beautiful to have someone who is so authentic.
She sounds like she comes from a communist country. It's nice to have someone who is so authentic. I remember when I came here to United States fleeing from Castro. He reminds me very much of him. It's so nice to have some of that here in New York City.
That's money cannot buy that.
Yeah, money cannot buy that. We can tax it, though. Money cannot buy that kind of authenticity, but we can tax it to the hilt. That we can do. That's what we will do. I can't wait until he is mayor of our city, our great city, perhaps of the world. You cannot buy. That's what they sound like. That's exactly what they sound like. I'm so glad they caught her on camera. We'll be back. Gotta take a break. More news, more views, your phone calls when we return. It's Reese on the Radio, NewsTalk 1080 WTIC.
Slow? Clogged? Backed up? Don't worry. ALO Home Services has you covered. For only $93, our technician will clear any drain in your home. And if it can't be cleared, it's free. Call for details. Licensed for safety. HIC 628926, P102776688, S104062441, S3308699, SM3004646, E1185643.
Escape to casual luxury at Margaritaville Resort Cape Cod, the perfect island-inspired getaway in the heart of Hyannis, Massachusetts. Families will love making waves at Fins Up Water Park, while couples can slow down at the Saint Somewhere Spa, pure tropical bliss. And when the sun goes down, savor coastal flavors and ice-cold drinks at Landshark Bar and Grill. Whether you're chasing thrills or chill, your slice of paradise is waiting. Book your escape today at MargaritavilleResortCapeCod.com.
HartfordLatinoFest.com is celebrating its 10-year anniversary. Saturday, July 12th from noon until 7 at Duncan Park, downtown Hartford. This family event is free. You'll enjoy live Latin bands, local groups, Latin food, drinks, and much more. For info, call Luna at 860-983-5629 or go to HartfordLatinoFest.com. Latino Fest is proudly supported by Price Right, Hartford Yard Goats, Attorney Michael Chambers Jr., Hartford's Town and Clerk's Office, Liberty Bank, Kia of East Hartford, Connecticut, Greater Hartford Regional School Choice Office, and WTIC News Talk 1080.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And now, a WTIC news update.
3:30. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. The White House is releasing information on President Trump's health. Here's Matt Piper.
President Trump has been diagnosed with what the White House calls a benign and common vein condition known as chronic venous insufficiency. Photos of the president over the weekend showed him with noticeably swollen ankles, fueling speculation about his health.
In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House Medical Unit.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease.
Our Willie James Inman on other recent photos that have raised concerns.
The White House press corps has asked previously about this, about the bruising on the president's hands, and past cases, the White House has essentially said that the president shakes a lot of hands. He's working for the American people, so perhaps that was the reason for this.
I'm Matt Piper.
Norwalk police charging a man with sexual assault on a 5-year-old. Under arrest is Jose Rodriguez. The 60-year-old is charged with multiple sexual assaults. Police began their investigation in March when the alleged victim identified Rodriguez as the suspect. He's being held on $1 million bond, charged with sexual assault and risk of injury. Outrage in Bridgeport with the early release of a convicted murderer. Mayor Joe Ganim is among those expressing that outrage. Adrian Peeler was convicted in the killings of Karen Clark and Leroy B.J. Brown in 1999. Peeler received clemency from former President Biden on a drug rap in the final days of the Biden administration. Governor Lamont has signed a bill into law prohibiting police use of handcuffs on kids 14 and under. The measure does allow for certain exceptions, such as if the child is a danger to themselves or others. Opponents have said the measure hamstrings police efforts to keep the community safe. WTIC News Time is 3:32. Here's the forecast.
For the rest of our Thursday afternoon, a heat advisory remains in effect until 7 p.m. It'll be breezy, hot, and very humid. Watch for a strong thunderstorm this afternoon that could produce some localized damaging wind gusts, the high up to 91, with heat index values between 95 and 100 degrees. And tonight, still humid this evening with a gusty thunderstorm. Otherwise, mostly cloudy. No, stay weather aware this evening. Those storms could produce flash flooding, hail, damaging wind gusts, even a tornado. The low 69 tonight. Not as hot with lower humidity Friday as the clouds give way to sun. A nice afternoon with a high of 83. Then on Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy. The humidity staying nice and low. A nice day for outdoor activities again. Make sure you wear your sunscreen. The high of 85. Sunday, variably cloudy. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm, becoming humid again with the high of 86. And mostly sunny, pleasant, and less humid on Monday with the high of 81. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina in the WTIC Weather Center.
All right, checking the markets. The Dow is up 253 points. The Nasdaq's ahead 176. And the S&P is up 38 points. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Life can be unpredictable at times, but you shouldn't have to suffer the consequences of someone else's negligence. If you've been in an accident or work-related injury and it's not your fault, you need a lawyer who knows how to get you the fair and just compensation. At Brown, Panderas & Scott, our team of personal injury lawyers have over 100 years of combined experience. At BPS Lawyers, you get more than a lawyer. You get a full-service law firm. Call us at 860-CALL-BPS or visit bpslawyers.com. Bruce Newman is responsible for the content of this ad.
How did you get your tripping breakers fixed so fast?
ALO Home Services. Same day electrical. I gave them a call and they had a technician on their way. They even sent the technician's real-time location so I knew when they would be here.
Did you say same
Who's
day?
the weird person
That's
with
crazy.
No
if
name.
You need
Is that
same-day
Frank?
electrical? Call, click, or text today and say.
Oh yeah, that's Frank.
Okay.
For details.
That's all right. I got
Licensed
it.
for safety. HIC 628926. P102776688. S104062441. S3308699. SM3004646. E1185643.
Hi, I'm Joe with SimpleSaleUSA.com, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 203-896-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and more importantly, anywhere in Connecticut. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying junk houses. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and even foreclosure houses. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at 203-896-4000. That's 203-896-4000. 203-896-4000.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is former Connecticut Governor John Rowland. Happy birthday, WTIC.
We're back, Reese, on the radio, and I've got this. I'm so excited to hear about this, and we'll talk about it as well. And that is this package that was signed off on yesterday, and I do believe that the Congress is going to sign on off it today. Signed off on it today, and that is about this, this DOGE package that is going to end the funding to PBS and NPR. I want to talk a little bit about that today because that was big news today, and this so-called outrage about this, that people in rural areas are going to have a problem. We'll get into that as well with some audio sound bites that I know that you will enjoy. We'll get to that as well. Plenty of stuff to get into. And, of course, at this portion of the show, you can get on the phones, 860-522-WTIC, 860-522-9842. Let's get to those phones now. Rob is in Meriden. How are you, sir?
Yes. Hello, Reese. I'm not sure. I think I got a weird take on your opinion.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
just reading about Epstein. I could be wrong. You could be right, but you could maybe educate me or the listeners. But this is out of the New York Post today, and it said the financier, which is Epstein, accepted back in the time in which he pleaded guilty to the Florida state charges of soliciting and procuring a minor, 13 years old, for
prostitution. Right.
Okay, so now he had other people on video. It could be you, it could be me, it could be my neighbor, but we don't want to bring horror to the children and their families. So let's just forget about it.
Who says that?
Is that? Are you saying forget about this?
Obvious. Okay, so you clearly, this isn't being conveyed well over the air, which I thought that
you are saying that
you
what
didn't.
he did
Don't tell me
is
what I
not-
said, Rob. You just asked me a question.
Well, I'm
so
telling you what I heard.
I know what you heard, Rob, and I'd be happy to play it over for you, but you clearly
Please
didn't.
educate me.
Thank you.
Educate me. And the
Thank
listeners.
you. Okay. For starters, I was the one who said yesterday that no one is talking about indictments. Not one soul is talking about getting indictments. What you also What you also heard in a telephone call that I took this afternoon, I also said, I asked the person on the phone, are any of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein dead? He said, I don't know. And I said, there's only one who committed suicide. The rest of the victims are alive. And I said, no one finds it odd that no one, even journalists, have gone to speak to the people to have them identify who is on the list. They're only talking about who's on the list, who's going to give up the list, the FBI giving up the list. But journalists can go out there and speak to any of the women who have come forward to ask who indeed was there who abused them, which is what I said. So you are obviously not listening, or you are selectively listening, because yesterday and today I said all the focus on the Epstein list is about I gotcha. See, he was on it, so I can say things about him. Boo, boo, pity, pity, bad, bad. That's what I get to do. This is all about people's own personal reputations and not about the victims and finding out who they are and getting them justice. I went on Grok yesterday. I went on Grok on yesterday, and I asked, this is the question I asked, who is talking about people being indicted? Who is? I asked that on Grok. Do you know what Grok told me? No one. No one is talking about it. Let me see if I can get to the past. Let me see. Yes, right here. I wrote, show me a list of anyone who is called for the indictments of those alleged to be on the Epstein's list. This is what it sent back. Based on the available information, there are no explicit calls for indictments of individuals alleged to be on Jeffrey Epstein's client list from prominent figures or sources in recent news. Again, I have always been on the fact that no one cares about the justice for those victims because it's all about who can I get political clout or political flesh from. So please, if you're not listening, you're doing a poor job. But that's the beauty of going back to listen to the show. That's the beauty of the Odyssey app. You can go back and listen. It's also the beauty of what had happened was, which is why I do it every day. Because I understand how this medium works. So if you thought I said anything, I know it pales in comparison to what you're alleging, Rob. So I'll give you an opportunity to get the last word. Sir?
Okay, can you please talk about the future? I know what you said. You got a big platform, huge. And if you think, I don't know, if Trump says forget about it, hey, Reese, you heard him.
But no. If Trump says forget about it, who cares? If you care about it, Trump doesn't get to tell you whether you care about it.
You're going to shut up.
No. What are you talking about? It's today. Donald Trump said, get over it. Rob, you're missing the point.
You're talking about yesterday. I'm not missing the point.
Yes, you are, because in my opening monologue.
Talk about the future.
I did.
Talk about what's coming up next.
Rob, did you listen to the opening monologue?
The next day,
Rob, did you listen to the opening monologue?
That's history.
Did you listen to the opening monologue?
Tomorrow. No, I did not.
Thank you. Goodbye. Go listen to the opening monologue. Coming here half-assed. You heard nothing, and then you come in here. And this is my biggest problem with this. I don't know what it is that you're used to. I'm not here in any way to appease what you're used to. No one asked me to come to WTIC and say, hey, could you do what they do? They asked me to do what I do. And if you're lazy, if you don't do the work, and then come in here and tell me what I have or have not said, and you didn't listen, when I hold you accountable to the claims that you make, and then you come up short, but yet I have verifiable evidence to what I said, and it's everywhere, and you come up here and you show up, and you ain't got no goods, do your job. This isn't traditional radio. This isn't what you're used to. I have honed in something that you can't possibly understand clearly. I do this job, and it's important that I get what I say across with eloquence. I don't always achieve that, but I do my damn well best. You can make this about you all you want, but I said exactly what I said. I don't follow Donald Trump's footprints. I don't listen to Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't tell me what to do on my show. I don't get a download from the Republican Party with their talking points. Reese, talk about this. I don't get a check from them. Nobody has ever lined my pockets with their talking points. That's what you don't understand. You've lived in a world where everybody is bought and paid for. You become comfortable with it. And you believe that every day you wake up in the morning, every person you listen to is doing the same thing. They're just doing what they're told. F that. I don't do what I'm told. I don't follow the rules. It's not my job, unless they're FCC regulated, by the way. Don't freak out, nobody. But I don't follow their rules. I'm unique for a reason. You notice how the blacks are outraged by me? Because I don't follow their rules either. The whites ain't claiming me either, because I don't want to be down. I'm not looking for your accolades. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for respect, which I will get. And I'm trying to get you to think. So think. Do it. Stop being resistant to thinking. Because the hard part's on you. And that's what the problem is. You don't want to do the hard work. You want to moan. You want to agitate. You don't want to think. You just want people to think like you. Wrong place. And as much as it may be a detriment, that's why I tell people, take your dumb ass to BET. Go wherever it is where they're patting you on your behind, telling you you're a good little soldier following the rules. That's not this show. I don't want your buddies. I don't want your pals. I don't want your accolades in that way. If you love this show, I totally appreciate it. And everybody knows I'm a little bashful about that as well. Just trying to do a good job. I'm a public servant. That's it. Don't come here with that nonsense. You said, you have no idea what I said. And you showed up late. This time, show up to class early. Now let's go to my good friend, Frank in Woodbridge. How are you, sir?
Good. You shouldn't be bashful. I've been listening to you for 20. I told everybody, all my friends, white and black, when you listen to this guy for the first time, he's real. Some of you are not going to like this guy. Some will. But he's not going to put a big show on for you. He's not going to make you happy. He's a man of conviction. He paid his price. You know, I was so pissed off on July 4th. I had a lot of people over. And unfortunately, a few black guys said, well, Reese got the job because he's black. Nonsense. Don't ever say something stupid like that again. This man paid his dues. He kept his mouth shut. He didn't complain that he didn't move up. He waited for the door to open, and he got in there. It had nothing to do with his color. The man had the will and the desire to get ahead. I'm sick and tired of every time a black man does something good in this country, he's sucking up to the white man. Why? Why do you have to say that?
Oh, because there's nobility. I'll tell you. Hold on, Frank. I'll tell you why. You understand why? And this is another stupid myth inside that community. You know why? Because they think that there's nobility in poverty. They think it's nobility in staying stagnant in the same place. They think that that's called keeping it real when they go nowhere and do nothing. Oh, just keeping it real. Yeah, that's what keeping it real is.
How about Dr. Ben Carson? A black man that lived in poverty, single mother, one of the greatest surgeons ever to walk this earth.
Yeah,
what about him?
How dare he do well? Well, the only reason why you're going to hear about him, he ain't got a mixtape dropping. Once he gets a mixtape dropping, once he starts spitting them bars, Ben Carson will be the most popular black man in the country. That's why.
And, here's another thing that really bothers me, the guilt people. I mean, my family, listen, I'm telling you the truth, we give money away. But I'm tired of people putting guilt at people that are successful. Well, Frank, you got a lot of money. What the hell does that mean? I have no obligation to feed the poor. I'm Frank from Woodbridge. I told this to them. I'm not Jesus, but I'll help you out because it bothers me that somebody's hungry because you know how much I love food. So I'll give them the money. But I have no obligation. I'm not ashamed of my wealth.
Frank, listen.
Nobody gave it to me.
I'm not worried about that. But when somebody comes in, if there's anything in the world that I cannot stand, and that's the reason why I got into it with Rob and Meredith, that's my biggest problem, is that, listen, and again, people who know my background, maybe they'll understand this a little more now. If there's one thing that definitely bakes me and really that I can never tolerate, I don't like anybody lying about me or on me. That almost cost me my life. Do you understand that? That's why I'll never, ever. I'm just saying.
And they got the first week they listen to you. They love you Monday through Wednesday. Then on the 4th of July, then I hear it because what happens Thursday at 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
Negro nonsense. I go, come on, loosen up a little bit, will you please? The guy's just throwing a little humor in it. You can't be that sensitive about life.
And listen,
you can't worry about these little things.
That's exactly why I do it, because
if it was white nonsense, it wouldn't have bothered
Frank,
me either. There's
Frank,
a lot of
that's
that going around.
Frank, that's the reason why I do it. It's because it's sensitive, and I'm trying to
Right,
tell them to
loosen
toughen
up a little bit.
Exactly.
There's too many more important things to worry about.
Thank you,
they
boss.
got mad when they heard that.
I got to take a break, Frank, but thank you, man. I appreciate
Take
it.
care.
You got it. Yeah, that's a personal thing. I know it is. I know you guys know me, but don't lie on me. Don't do that. I'll never play that game again. Don't ever lie on me. I will take you to task. I will take you to task. You don't understand what that means to me. Never, ever lie on my name. Ever. Ever. You'll learn. Take a break. We'll be back. Reese on the Radio, News Talk 1080 WTIC.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Life insurance.
1 minute.
Putting it off.
Thank
Can't
you.
afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's Reese on the Radio. Ask your doctor if common sense is right for you. On News Talk 1080 WTIC.
We're back. Trust me, everybody stay on the line. Don't go anywhere. We are going to get into your phone calls because I know you got a lot of stuff to jump into about this. We'll play the audio I played if you missed the opening monologue, which it appears some people may have. Didn't get here at 2. Show starts at 2 now, just so you know. I'll play to you the clips of the opening monologue so you can get a feel that, again, you've been duped. I played the audio for you, but I know that, again, this stuff is sometimes hard for people to glom onto or to understand that when you're told to think something, that's not you thinking. I wish people would understand it, but they don't. Everybody just, follows suit. They want so badly to be a part of the, I don't know if it's the in crowd or if it's something far worse. But listen, again.
Court justices were falling out of favor over the king. Now they're mocking the court itself. Before long, the court's going to start chanting off with their heads, and they know it. In a decade, no pillar of journalism will exist in its current form. New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. They stopped reporting the news and started telling us what they think the news is and what our opinion of that news should be.
That's it. That's all you need to know. So you think that you may be caught up in this whole, I'm an independent thinker. And all of a sudden, you start opening up your eyes. You start saying to yourself, what happened to that story that they were talking about ad nauseum? What happened to all of those things that we were told that were so important, that we're at the point of dire straits? Why isn't that story important anymore? What happened? Well, the cycle changed. And the important news became something else. Where's the stock market news? Anybody? I had a guy calling up here screaming about his 401k. He hasn't called back since. I wonder how his 401k is doing. Remember him screaming at me? Reese, this is serious! My 401k! How's it doing now, buddy? Haven't heard from you. Or maybe I only get a phone call when it's dire straits. Not going to get a phone call when it's going well? Figures. That sounds about par. We'll be back. We'll take a break, pay some bills, do some news. Jason Caterina's got weather. And my good friend Mark Christopher, he's in the BPS Traffic Center getting you home. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Reese, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you and to everyone. And if you're making your way into downtown Hartford right now, southbound side of 91, you're looking at delays 34, down to 32 A and B, another bump down by exit 28. A little slow again, 19 to 17 as you move into Meriden. Northbound 91, you've got slow traffic now, approaching 20 up to exit 21 in Cromwell. We had an earlier accident up by exit 22. That has just been cleared over the last few minutes. After that, easy ride Hartford. A little slow up in Windsor up by exit 36. If you're westbound 84, you're going to see delays now. East Hartford approaching the Bulkley Bridge out to exit 45 Flatbush Avenue. 84 eastbound slowing 44 Prospect Oakwood to the Bulkley. 291 through 84 okay. 2 westbound is slowing from 1D up to the 84 West merge. 9 northbound slows Harbor Park to the Aragoni Bridge in Middletown. Look out for an accident. Possible accident. 9 southbound down by exit 31 in Berlin. So you got delays back to exit 33 behind that. If you are traveling 9 northbound, some slow traffic moving up on exit 31. I'm sure rubbernecking at that southbound crash on Route 9. 84 eastbound coming into Waterbury, slowing 17 to 18. Westbound 84 is running slow 26 to 25A, and again 23 to the Mixmaster. And if you're heading in toward New Haven, southbound Parkway delays from 60 down into the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
A heat advisory remains in effect until early this evening. It'll be breezy, hot, and very humid this afternoon with a strong thunderstorm that could produce some localized damaging wind gusts, the high of 91. Tonight, humid this evening, a gusty thunderstorm that could produce flash flooding, hail, damaging wind gusts, even a tornado, so stay weather aware tonight. Otherwise, mostly cloudy overnight, the low only down to 69. Not as hot with lower humidity Friday as the clouds give way to sun, a high of 83. Sunny to partly cloudy with the lower humidity Saturday, the high 85. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina in the WTIC Weather Center.
WTIC is celebrating 100 years on the air and 100 years of serving Connecticut. This is WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford and Odyssey Station.
It's 4 o'clock, Hartford temperature 87 degrees. Good afternoon, I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. New details from the White House this afternoon on the health of President Trump. Correspondent Matt Piper with the details.
The White House says President Trump had a recent medical checkup after he noticed swelling in his legs. Many on social media have been posting since the weekend, where photos popped up of Trump at the FIFA Club World Cup with swollen ankles.
Chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House Medical Unit.
Treatment options can include improving blood flow through weight loss and exercise. CBS's Willie James Inman says Trump's hands have also been a topic of conversation.
Reporters noticed a type of bruising on the president's hand. It appears that bruising had been covered up in some type of way.
I'm Matt Piper.
Bridgeport's leadership on edge with word today convicted killer Adrian Peeler had been released from federal custody. Peeler received clemency at the end of the Biden administration on a federal drug charge. He'd served time in Connecticut on charges in connection with the 1999 shooting deaths of Karen Clark and her 8-year-old son, Leroy B.J. Brown, the latter of whom was to testify against Peeler's brother in another murder case. Mayor Joe Ganim says he feels some concern, the same concern as some of his residents.
We don't know where he is right now, but we've been told by news reports alone that he's been released back out, presumably in Connecticut, possibly in Bridgeport. It's not only a front, but a major concern for our city and for this community.
The mayor went on to say to demand answers as to how former President Joe Biden or someone else in his administration could have approved Peeler's release and whether it was legal for someone else to do it for him. Bridgeport's police chief says if it can't be reversed, his department wants to work with federal authorities on Peeler's release to ensure the city is protected. Governor Lamont held a bill signing in Norwalk today on a measure that now prevents the use of handcuffs on children under the age of 14, with certain exceptions. Those are, among others, when the public's safety is at risk, the child poses a danger to himself or others, or if a judge mandates handcuffs be used in court under existing policy. Bridgeport State Senator Heron Gaston, the co-chair of the Public Safety and Security Committee, says,
"It is cheaper to send you to Yale than to send you to jail. And so we want to look at our kids and say we see promise in you, that education is the bridge to the future. It's the cornerstone by which our success so heavily depends upon."
Some opponents of the measure say it puts another roadblock in place in police efforts to keep the public safe. A 10th victim has died in a fire in Massachusetts at an assisted living facility earlier this week. Officials today said 66-year-old Brenda Cropper died the previous evening, Wednesday evening. She'd been hospitalized in critical condition since the Sunday fire at Gabriel House in Fall River. Authorities say the fire began on a second floor room, but its exact cause is still under investigation. City of Hartford trying to help residents make it through the ongoing heat wave. Mayor Arunan Arulampalam says one challenge is Hartford's older housing stock.
We've got a lot of historic properties in the city, and what that means is that a lot of folks don't have central air conditioning, and that's why we're opening these cooling centers all over the city, in every neighborhood in the city.
Cooling centers, which include Hartford Public Library locations, are open through 8 p.m. tomorrow. There is a link to the list on our X feed at WTIC 1080. Checking the markets on Wall Street, the Dow up 251 points, the NASDAQ up 174, S&P up 37. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's Reese on the Radio. And don't say we didn't warn you on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
Don't say they didn't. Don't say they didn't. Because I know they did. When we come back after weather and traffic, I'm going to talk about NPR and PBS. And this, they can't help themselves. If it's not, immigrants or illegals, it's blacks and browns. And now it's people who live in hill country, the slope-headed flyover country folks. Them folks is just too dumb. And we, the elite, must save them because they just wouldn't know how to get their information. We need to be here. Do you want to understand how important it is? That we'll get into that. Got to break that down. We have to. But they are so certain. This bias. Every time I ask them, they can never seem to tell us exactly what they mean. Boy, have we got news for them. We'll get into that, plus your phone calls. So stick around for that. That's plenty of stuff. Also, I've got some, it's not movie news, but it is a movie question that I want to get into. Roland, I'll start off with you. If you had the chance to get a spoiler from a movie, would you, and it was juicy, like if they told you, it was like, dude, I got to tell you this is from the movie, would you not take the spoiler and then go see the movie so that you don't get, just so you're not surprised? Or
I don't take any spoilers.
You don't like spoilers?
Nah, I'm not. I like to see it for myself.
Truth be told,
if I see it online by accident, I get upset.
You get upset, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Avengers Endgame, the movie that everybody loved, I read the script before I saw the movie.
Nice and dumb.
No, I was happy. I was 100% happy that I knew everything that was going to happen in the movie. People was like, really? It's like, you don't care about spoilers? Give them to me. If you know the spoiler of a film, tell me. The Sixth Sense? Want it. 7? I want it all. I don't like being surprised. Let's get a check of the weather and traffic with Jason Caterina and Mark Christopher in the BPS Traffic Center. What's going on, Mark? You don't mind being surprised, do you?
No, not at all. Not at all. You're coming into Hartford right now, southbound 91, looking at delays 34 down to 32 AMB, and again 27 down to 28. On the northbound side of 91, some slow traffic, Middletown rest area up to exit 20 in Middletown. That was kicked off from an earlier accident. After that, moving well up into Hartford. Westbound 84 is tied up approaching the Boakley Bridge out to exit 47 Sigourney Street. If you're 84 eastbound, you've got delays now approaching 44 Prospect Oakwood down into the tunnel. If you're traveling 291, 384, that looks good east of the river. 2 eastbound's okay, Glastonbury to Marlboro. 9 northbound slowing, approaching Harbor Park up to the Iroquois Bridge in Middletown. Now, if you're heading into Waterbury, 84 eastbound, slowing, approaching 17 up to 18. Westbound 84 is tied up from 26 up to 25. Again, 22 up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. Southbound side of the Parkway delays 61 into the West Rock Tunnel, and 95 South New Haven slowing 46 down to 44 in New Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
What's in the box? Listen, everybody needs to be very weather aware this evening. It's going to be very
Southbound side
humid,
of
a
the
gusty
Parkway delays
thunderstorm
60
around that could produce some flash flooding, hail, damaging winds, even a tornado. Make sure you got your phone nearby. If there's a tornado warning, it'll light up the emergency broadcast system on your phone and everybody else's around you and scare everybody half to death. But pay attention to that tonight. We could have some bad storms. The low down to 69. Not as hot with some lower humidity on our Friday. The clouds giving way to some sun. A nice afternoon, the high of 83. Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy. Low humidity again, the high of 85. Now, late night thunderstorm and occasional rain possible Saturday night. It becomes more humid again. The low only down to 69. Sunday, variably cloudy, couple of showers and a thunderstorm. Humid with the high of 86. It is hot and humid now. 86 in Waterbury, 90 Danbury, 88 in New Haven, and 90 in Hartford. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina in the WTIC Weather Center.
A successful retirement doesn't just happen. It requires a plan that is custom built to suit everyone's individual financial situation. Every Saturday at 3, we share vital information on how to build and live a successful retirement. It's On the Money with Jay Dorso. Retirement strategies on building income and proper protection from the pitfalls and the latest news in the retirement universe. On the Money with Jay Dorso, 3 p.m. this Saturday on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Making sense of it all and having fun. That's how we would sum up our show. Markley, Van Camp, and Robbins. It's what happens when you take a Gen Xer, a millennial, and a baby boomer and give them a radio show.
We go through the news the same way you and your friends would, taking the serious stuff seriously while also laughing at the absurd.
Each one of us brings a unique perspective to the news of the day, closing the generation gap in a way no other talk show can. Hear Markley, Van Camp, and Robbins weeknights 6 until 9 on WTIC News Talk 1080.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
President of the Chris Murphy Fan Club, Reese on the Radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
Yeah. Yeah, between rounds. Congratulations to Kevin F. of Hartford, right in Hartford. All right, congratulations. Kevin is our latest winner today of the Dozen Bagels a Month for 6 months, courtesy of Between Rounds. The Bagel Bakery and Sandwich Cafe. Make sure you check them out in South Windsor, Vernon, and Manchester. If you'd like an opportunity to win, you got to go to ReeseOnTheRadio.com. That's REESE on the radio.com. Put in your information. Make sure you put in your telephone number and please your date of birth, because Roland won't give it to you unless you put in your date of birth. So you got to give me your date of birth and your telephone number, and then we'll pass that on to the folks over at Between Rounds. Go to ReeseOnTheRadio.com. That's REESE on the radio.com. Put in your information, and you will get a chance to win. Also, become a friend of Reese on Radio on Facebook. As I always say, don't be afraid, be a friend. Unless, something else weird happens. Anyway, let's get to the phones. 860-522-WTIC. Let's go to Dave in Brantford. Hello, sir.
Okay. I had to pick up quick.
Listen, I want to talk about Heron. I wrote it down. Heron Gaston, which I was going to talk about anyway, and then you ran a pull quote from him on the afternoon on the news just before the hour.
Okay.
So I'll start with this. Mondami in New York, I think, is a foregone conclusion. And it feels like bad political ideas are like diseases, the way they spread. Just when you least want them, they mutate. If you get near those people, you'll catch it. And it's almost like New York City is going to become a leper colony.
Yeah.
You know, you don't even want to talk to people. And it's not you, but in the collective, if that's what they want to vote for, I just can't even understand their brains anymore.
Yeah.
That's, you know, I didn't grow up. And they think it's self-evident. If you want cheaper housing, government has to do it.
Yeah.
And everything I learned along the way, you know, from Adam Smith to Milton Friedman, it doesn't work. It makes it much, much worse. You can't understand why that's not obvious to everyone. So they had a signing ceremony today for that.
Yeah.
You can't handcuff juveniles under the age of 14. And I saw in the afternoon news, and then your news repeated the pull quote. Heron Gaston makes this idiotic statement. It is cheaper to send you to Yale than send you to jail.
I heard it.
And I don't understand. Why are people so susceptible to rhyming couplet versions of public policy? You know, you get a 14-year-old who's jacked the car, and I read this in the news. It was a New Haven kid. It happened this month. He jacked the car. He had a stolen gun with him, and he had an open warrant that he had shot himself and then got driven to the hospital the previous month.
Yeah.
You'd say, why is there any question about anyone whose mentality is such that they'll floor a car when the blue light goes on, or that they'll kick and punch and spit a cop?
I don't believe
it's obvious they need.
Here's what I think is going on here, Dave. Even though, and I get the outrage, because a lot of people were looking at this just going, you know, why would they even sign this in the bill and why have a ceremony for it? I will admit this, and I'll concede this to the governor and to those who propose this. If the kid, let's say the kid was caught spray painting a building and you took him in, I wouldn't handcuff that kid. But if the kid was caught in a wild melee of like roughhousing or knocking people out, punching people in the street, that kid gets handcuffed. I think that's what's happening here. I think there's a lot of
Why do we think the police are?
Oh, no.
Why do we think the police are incapable of making this decision?
That's
that a politician in his.
That's my point. Again, literally, not that you. I don't say take this in offense, but you kind of stole my thunder. I think that's the deal. I think that they know the police officers are discerning that. They're just telling the police officers, and again, that's what I really believe this is about. It's telling the police officers, look, you don't really have to handcuff everybody, do you? If the kid is, shoplifting, you just grab the little skinny kid by the collar and you put him in the back of the car. But if the guy's doing something egregious, he's running around here beating kids up and, he's wielding a knife or anything like that, that you clearly do. But it's all platitudes and for show. That's all it is. It's giving these guys their red meat. The activists, it's giving them what they want. Hey, look at me. I'm signing a bill that protects whatever yada, yada, yada nonsense you want. That's all it is. Police officers aren't really going to be affected by this.
I was thinking, Jesse Jackson was the rhyming couplet king. And yet what public policies, what good ideas was he in favor of that you and I could talk about? We can't even think of
Not
it.
a one.
Not a one. And so this Heron Jackson seems like, cheaper to go to Yale than to jail. But but none of these kids getting handcuffed, they're not going to jail. They wouldn't last 2 days.
They wouldn't last.
They'd steal the microscopes out of the lab and sell them for, for the pawn shop. I want to end on this because it's your next stop. At NPR, it's not so much that their journalism is bogus or inaccurate.
Yeah.
It's that there's only a certain group of topics that they'll cover. And it's always the same side of the aisle.
Exactly.
The transgender kid in high school in Texas who didn't get the life they wanted. And you say, well, that's, if you want to do that,
Dave, you stole my thunder. You stole my thunder last time. Don't do it again. You're going right into the weed. You go right into the wheelhouse of what I'm talking about in this. Thank you, buddy.
So NPR need to be defunded. It's about time. Thanks for letting me on.
You got it, sir. You're 100% right. That's exactly what needs to happen. So again, look, you have to listen to this because I'm just going to play it. Here's the bottom line, okay? When NPR and PBS are going on CNN and they're playing this very dumbfounded nonsense about, I just don't know what you're talking about. What's this bias? Many people would say, oh, come on, don't tell me that they don't know. Folks, here's where I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Just listen, just give me a minute. Perhaps, let's just take it into consideration. Perhaps they just don't know it's bias. Perhaps they've been in a bubble with their peers, with their 92nd Street Y, there's that mention again, 92nd Street Y friends and neighbors, that this is so commonplace for people to believe this, that outside the scope is foreign to them, if not alien. Think about it. Listen to, this is the CEO of PBS, Paula Kerger. She asked the question. Every time I ask people, they don't seem to tell me what they're talking about with this bias. Well, thank God we have Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana to help her out.
I asked them for examples. People often struggle to come up with examples of what really they're talking about.
When this came from Louisiana Public Broadcasting, becoming Papa, father's key to gender justice. I can tell you that every mom and dad in Louisiana, when they lie down to sleep at night, and they can't, they're lying there worried about gender justice. Here's another one. I'm talking to young children about race and racism. How America's history of racism connects to divisions today. The hidden racism of young white Americans. Your tax dollars. Another headline, AP fact check. Trump seeds race animus with COVID falsehood. Another headline, Biden trumpets economic gains but struggles to get credit. Another headline from PBS, the other Olympians, transgender athletes in the Nazi area.
I think he meant to say era. But that's PBS. Again, remember, they're dumbfounded at the idea. What are you talking about that there's bias going on? Even the CEO of NPR, Catherine Mayer, she says, you know, if that's really happening, could you give that? Could you let us know about it? Here's what she said on CNN.
As far as the accusations that we're biased, I would stand up and say, please show me a story that concerns you, because we want to know and we want to bring that conversation back to our newsroom.
Oh, I'm so glad you feel that way, Catherine. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Senator John Kennedy.
I want to give you a few examples of stories that NPR has published using taxpayer money. Michael Avenatti, quote, a profile of the media-savvy attorney. Here's another headline from NPR. How racism became a marketing tool for country music. Here's another headline. Donald Trump's long embrace of Vladimir Putin. This headline, monuments and teams have changed names. Let me say it again. Monuments and teams, presumably sports teams, have changed names as America reckons with racism. Birds are next.
That one is my favorite. Birds are next. NPR says birds are going to get their names changed because of racism. I can't believe that's an article.
Here's another headline. Eating less beef is a climate solution. How the Taliban adds to Afghanistan's woes when it comes to climate-fueled disaster.
I'm sorry. That was, I stand corrected. That one's my favorite one. By far. Taliban. That one's beautiful. The Taliban.
Well, I can tell you that's on the mind of every person in Afghanistan today.
So they don't seem to know, because how could they? This is journalism. This is the creme de la creme. There's no bias. This is what we're supposed to write about, isn't it? That other stuff, I don't even know what you're talking about. This is journalism. This is the way. I think I'm kidding. They're dead serious. Let's go to Tom. How are you, sir?
Hey, I am well. I got a comment on our good friend Tim from yesterday, but Senator Johnson, man, he is the best.
Oh,
I hope
Kennedy,
when he
you mean?
retires,
Yeah, Kennedy is the best.
I mean, Kennedy. Yeah. I hope when he retires, he goes on the comedy tour because he is so funny, and he could just roast the political and the in-bed establishment of D.C. It'd be ridiculous.
What did you want to bring up about Tim yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Tim from Wallingford, and I have it on good 4th and 5th.
Yes, I know. A lot of people making a big deal about that.
That he is from Wallingford. I've got it on 5th generation information.
Okay.
Every time you beat him down, he changes the topic. And of course, at the end of yesterday, he brought it back to Trump.
I couldn't believe
if
it either.
you keep destroying him, Reese, he's going to go to the chief of police in Wallingford and put out a warrant for your arrest. So watch out.
You said he's going to pull a Mary Fay on me. Is that what you think he's going to do? He's going to
exactly.
get me for harassment. Oh, poor guy.
Yes, exactly. Watch your back, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Good looking out. I really do. Let's go to Dan. How are you, Dan?
Hey, how are you? I figured that it's probably a good idea to maybe start talking about the crash up in Enfield with the 2 state troopers and the illegal alien who was driving with most likely 2 other illegals.
Great
with
story.
No seeing that we have a governor and an attorney general who, they harbor aid and help out the illegals.
Obviously, they're conspicuously absent on this story. Nowhere to be found. Haven't even released a statement about the officers or anyone else for that matter who was injured. They have no interest in it.
Right. So I think something that should be just like you did with DQuat, which has gotten deep and for what I do for work, I'm an OSHA compliance director. So it's a good thing what you did there. So
I tell you, every time a story like this comes up, if you've noticed, every time an illegal is involved, be it sex trafficking, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and then it ends up in one of these Connecticut cities like Danbury and New Haven, I bring it up. So trust me, that was on my list. But I appreciate you. It is an important story.
Much appreciated from this end.
You got it, sir. Thank you. Let's go to let's get Glory in Glastonbury. Hello, Lori.
Hey there. So you were talking about NPR and PBS, and to me, the only redeemable things about both of those was Car Talk on NPR. That was the only redeemable thing about
people did like that show.
I loved that show. I learned so much about cars from the Cook and Clack Tapper brothers. And then on PBS, it's only Masterpiece Theater. I mean, Downton Abbey, that's my jam. So those are the only 2 things that are redeemable about NPR and PBS. And you know what? I can find both of those things in other places now. So I'm glad that my tax money is not going to either one of those. And I am absolutely all right with that.
Yeah, hey, look, like I said, it's fantastic that it was finally done. And we'll get one more. There's a great story I'm doing tomorrow about birthright citizenship. You're not going to want to miss that because that was an interesting story that the government pulled off. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate you. I had to play that thing for you. When we come back, we'll recap all of the stuff we talked about at the beginning of the show, and, of course, your phone calls, so stand by. Let's get some weather and traffic in here, plus the bottom of the hour news with John Silva. Jason Caterina's got weather, and Mark Christopher's in the BPS Traffic Center. Sir?
All right, Reese, thank you very much. Well, if you're heading into Hartford, southbound side of 91, you're going to see delays from exit 33 down to 32 A and B. Another bump down by exit 28. Some slow traffic again, 19 to 17 for the Wilbur Cross Parkway. If you are traveling on northbound 91, you're going to see slow traffic from 20 up to 22 in Cromwell. Again, a little slow traffic, 35 to 36 in Windsor. Westbound 84 tied up 56 Governor Street out to 47 Sigourney. 84 eastbound, you're locked up 44 Prospect Oakwood down to the Bulkley Bridge. 2 westbound slowing 1D up to the 84 West merge. 291, 384 okay east of the river. If you are traveling 9 north and southbound, heavy approaching the Aragoni Bridge. If you're traveling 9 southbound, we have an accident down by Berlin This is causing overnighting delays on the northbound side of Route 9 from I-91 up to exit 31. 84 eastbound Waterbury slowing 17 to 18. Westbound 84 is sluggish, stop and go 26 in Cheshire up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. Traffic and weather together on the 8th. WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
A heat advisory remains in effect until early this evening. Breezy, hot, and very humid this afternoon with a strong thunderstorm in the area that could produce localized damaging wind gusts, the high of 91. Tonight, humid this evening with a gusty thunderstorm that could produce flash flooding, hail, damaging winds, even a tornado. Mostly cloudy overnight, the low down to 69. Then Friday, not as hot with lower humidity as the clouds give way to sun, the high of 83. Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy with low humidity and the high of 85. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina in the WTIC Weather Center.
Follow WTIC News Talk 1080. Don't miss out on important updates in Connecticut, from breaking need-to-know news, weather alerts, and more. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app now. And now, a WTIC News Update.
4:30 Hartford temperature 87 degrees. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News. Officials in Bridgeport, including Mayor Joe Ganim, are livid at the decision to release a man tied to a notorious double murder over 2 decades ago. Adrian Peeler was serving time on a federal drug rap. He was granted clemency by former President Joe Biden in the final days of that administration. Peeler had been tied to the shooting deaths of Karen Clark and her 8-year-old son, Leroy B.J. Brown, in 1999. B.J. was set to testify against Peeler's brother, Russell, in another murder case when he was killed. Governor Lamont has signed a bill into law that prevents police from handcuffing children under the age of 14 unless it is deemed to pose a threat to overall safety. But some, those, see the measure as another roadblock in police trying to keep the community safe. State Department of Labor out with its monthly jobs report. DOL says employers added 6,300 jobs to the rolls last month. Unemployment remained at 3.8%. Norwalk police charging a man with sexual assault on a 5-year-old child. Under arrest, 60-year-old Jose Rodriguez of Norwalk. He was first investigated back in March when the alleged victim identified him as a suspect. Enforcement officials will gain access to personally identifiable information for all of the nation's 79 million Medicaid enrollees. That, according to an agreement obtained by the AP, ICE officials plan to track immigrants who may not be living legally in the U.S. Maureen Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, who was a federal prosecutor in Manhattan, worked the cases against Sean Diddy Combs and Jeffrey Epstein, has told colleagues in a note that, quote, fear is the tool of a tyrant, and that her firing without reason should fuel a fire of righteous indignation at power's abuses of power, end quote. Wall Street, the Dow up 229 points today, NASDAQ up 153, S&P gained 33 points. For these stories and more, go to WTIC.com. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Erectile dysfunction affects nearly 50% of men over age 50. But even with so many men affected, finding a trusted provider to treat the condition isn't so simple. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice, and I'm excited to announce the opening of our newest location of Northeast Men's Health in Warwick, Rhode Island. As a Promenic affiliate, Northeast Men's Health can offer men with ED the latest treatment protocols, which are shown in medical studies to be effective in well over 90% of men. And unlike groups that only offer wave therapy or online pharmacies that just sell pills, we offer a variety of treatments to help get you the results you want. You should also know that Northeast Men's Health is a true medical practice, which means our providers have access to a complete range of treatment options to get you back on track. So call Northeast Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult, blood work, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychic.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleaching for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money
Thank
back.
you, sir.
Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog.
I do it every time.
Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler.
Stay locked in. Reese on the Radio is on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Oh man, in a little bit, we got an event going on with the Yard Goats. We'll give you an opportunity to win those tickets as well for Friday the 25th. We'll talk about that. Also, I think, and I'm almost certain of this, the week of August 17th, keep that week open for Reese on the Radio. Okay? Listen very, very closely. Keep that week open. That'll be the week after my birthday. Keep that week open. We got something planned. I'm certain we'll have something planned for Reese on the Radio. At least I'll do my best to see what I can do. What would you think, Roland, about another meet and greet? How would you feel about that?
What was the date?
The week of August 17th.
Okay, yeah.
That sound good? Okay. Nobody's got anything going on. If you got a birthday, maybe you can come and celebrate. You know what I didn't celebrate the other day? I mean, a lot of people didn't know that June 23rd was like my 6th year. My sobriety, like my 6-year anniversary of sobriety. Like, I didn't even mention it. I didn't even like tell anybody. I was just looking at it the other day because my wife got me a coin the other day, and I was like, oh, I never really told anybody about that. Probably because it's not that I forgot about it or, that it doesn't mean anything to me. I wear this chain every day. It's my sobriety chain. I wear it every day. I try to every day on the show. I don't think I've ever missed a day in 3 years that I haven't worn it. So it's important to me, but I didn't mention it. I see all these people, celebrating that, and God on you. If you're out there and you are celebrating your sobriety, I want to let you know that I celebrated with you. And congratulations on your unbirthday. Another thing that I needed to mention. Oh, yes, I know. Why would I forget that, folks? Check this out. That right there, that is the intro to the Reese on the Radio program. Provided to you by none other than the band called The Panics. That's them right there. And they will be my guest on the show tomorrow. I think at least I know I'll have the lead singer, Daniel Pena, will be on the show tomorrow. I talked to him this week, and we'll talk about how we met. We'll talk about their music, how long they've been in. They have this look that it's like a little bit of the Hives, a little bit of the Struts, a little bit of the Mighty Mighty Bosstones, in my view. I want to talk to them a little bit about that and how the whole theme song came to be. Listen to that band. They're going to be performing soon, which I'm going to actually go and see them. I told them I'm going to go and check them out. So now they are the official music of the Reese on the Radio program. So it's a pleasure to be in partnership with them. They love being a part of it, and they turned into fans of the show. Well, at least Daniel did. Daniel says, and this is crazy, but I have to say this because I was talking to him on the phone one day, and he says to me these exact words. He goes, man, I really love your show. He goes, I am so concerned about this DQuat thing. He goes, it's like the show is, I couldn't believe he said it. I couldn't stop laughing when he said it. But he loves the show, and we love him, and we love the band, and we'll talk about them tomorrow. So stay tuned for that at about 4 o'clock. We'll have lead singer of The Panics on the bike. Isn't it interesting that my send-off is Panic is Not Planning, and then the guys who do my theme music is The Panics, Mark Christopher in the BPS Traffic Center? Isn't that weird? God makes no mistake.
What a coincidence, huh?
Right? The guys who end up doing my theme song are called The Panics, and one of my most famous lines in my send-off is, Panic is not planning.
No, it isn't.
Is
Panic
that crazy?
Is not planning, that's for sure. Well, if you're heading into Hartford right now, plan on an accident 84 eastbound between exit 50 and 51. That's right by the I-91 south exit coming out of the tunnel. Center lane shut down there, so look for delays back to exit 44 Prospect Oakwood. Behind that, westbound 84 tied up approaching the Bulkley Bridge to 47 Sigourney Street. 91 southbound slowing in Hartford 33 to 32, again down by exit 28. More slow traffic as you move down 19 to 17 in Meriden. Northbound 91, you're going to see delays 20 to 21, Middletown into Cromwell. After that, a little slow 25, 26, and slow traffic in Windsor 35 to 36. If you are traveling 291, you're doing okay. 384 westbound, some slow traffic moving between 3 and 1B because of some road work there. 2 westbound slowing 1D up to the 84 West merge. 9 northbound, Middletown tight, Harbor Park to the Aragoni Bridge. If you're heading into Waterbury, 84 eastbound slowing 17 to 18. Westbound 84 is tied up 26 to the Mixmaster. And if you're traveling southbound in the Parkway, you've got delays from 62 down into the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic and weather together on the 8s, WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Be extra weather aware tonight. We could have some strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing flash flooding, hail, damaging winds, and even a tornado. They'll only down to 69 tonight. Then for tomorrow, not as hot and lower humidity. The clouds give way to some sunshine. Nice day to be outside. The high of 83. Heading into our Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy. The humidity stays down, the high of 85. And more humid on Sunday. A couple of showers and a thunderstorm, the high of 86. Right now, as we make our way into the evening hours, it is 90 in Danbury. It's 86 in Mansfield, 81 in New London with a breeze off the water, and 90 in Hartford. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina in the WTIC Weather Center.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hi, this is Eric Hogarth, certified financial planner from Money Wisdom. Learn ways to prevent avoidable surprises from derailing your retirement and discover smart financial strategies for your future. Listen every week on Money Wisdom, Saturdays at 8:30 on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
The self-proclaimed love child of Rush Limbaugh.
They're running a strange program, y'all.
Reese on the radio on News Talk 1080 WTIC.
By the way, I don't know if anybody understands that. I get a lot of that online. People respond to that bit. Okay, it was my idea to say what? How does it go again? Why have I forgotten it all that fast? Oh, the self-proclaimed love child of Rush Limbaugh. And then you'll hear me refer to him as Uncle Rush. Why? Okay, if you don't, people don't understand this. I know they don't. So I've got to explain it. It's kind of an inner city hood thing. And this is so bad. This is just so awful to have to admit that this happens in the inner city, but it is, okay? A lot of you will know this, who are media savvy, like if you watch television shows or if you watch any of those blaxploitation films or television shows, you are going to know this reference. So, weirdly enough, if your mom had a new boyfriend, if you grew up in a single-family household, if your mom had a new boyfriend, you really couldn't call that individual your dad or your stepdad because they weren't married. And it was commonplace until it was no longer commonplace to refer to that person as Uncle such and such. Yes, I know it sounds weird, okay? But that's the joke, if I have to explain it every time. So when you hear the self-proclaimed love child of Rush Limbaugh and then me referring to him as Uncle Rush, that's the joke. I guess it's not funny if you have to explain it, okay? But that's where the reference comes from, okay? Just because people keep asking me, it's like, so what is it? You're calling yourself the unofficial love child, but yet you're calling him Uncle Rush? That's where it's from. So I'm being a little, in the weeds on this, but I always sort of draw from my background, like for how I grew up and pop culture references. That's just the way I do things. So my apologies if it sounded weird. Back to the phones we go. 860-522-WTIC. What's up, Rudy?
What's up, Uncle Reese?
What up, buddy?
I can confirm, as the person that broke the story 6 or 7 years ago, he does live in Wallingford.
All right, let the guy live, for crying out loud.
Hey, so before I get to my topic,
yes,
I'm in a war on Twitter about the WNBA.
Okay.
Because I said that they're about equal to junior varsity boys basketball.
I agree. If I wanted to see layups all day, that's what I'd watch.
What's her? Oh, I can't stand her. From my Chicago Sky team.
I can't.
She's good. The black girl. She's good. Looking.
Reese?
Yeah.
Angel Reese.
There will be no Angel Reese.
And rebounds it 4 times in a row.
Yes.
And keeps missing. And they're like, she's the best rebounder in the league, but she's shooting 7% from the field.
My favorite.
All of that is incorrect.
No, hold on. My favorite bit that I've seen so far is they took that NBA 2K cover or whatever it was, and they removed the basketball and put a brick in her hands. That's my favorite.
I saw that.
That's my favorite.
This isn't even why I called in, but
go ahead.
Sabrina Ionescu, 4 times all WNBA All-Star in 5 years. Now she plays in a 3-on-3 league. Lost to a high school male.
Wow.
It's on Twitter. It's on TikTok.
And you are at war over this.
No. It verifies that you, my friend, could probably beat the average WNBA woman in basketball, which was one of your greatest calls.
Thank you.
I thought of you when these people were attacking me, and one of the people that agreed with me posted the link to the video. And this kid, she's 5'11". This kid was like 6'1", and he ended up playing D3 at some nobody school.
Wow.
But a high school boy that played D3 beat a 4-time WNBA All-Star. And she's considered the best three-point shooter in the game. And she's 5'11". So it's a joke. But I sent you something. I attached you to a post on Twitter because about an hour ago I was choking on my dinner. And Rosa DeLaura took the red carpet.
I saw it.
And I'm like, with her purple hair. And I got to ask you this. Did the colored folks back in the hood in New York,
what?
Your grandmother and her friends, did they get like the best couch at JCPenney and wrap it in plastic in case you had to sit on it, but there's plastic wrapped around it?
So of course I have a maternal and a paternal grandparent that I grew up with to some degree, and even with a stepdad who had, that would be considered my paternal grandparent. One of them did have plastic on there because that particular the paternal grandparent had like 85 grandchildren. So clearly that was a smart reason.
I'm going to piss off Frank from Woodbridge too, because my maternal side, which is Sicilian, had 2 plastic wraps on a couch from Sears, and you could only sit on it on holidays. And it was wrapped in plastic like twice.
Hey, you know what? We are not, you and me. Listen to me, my friend. You know that saying, we are not the same? You, my friend, we are the same. My grandparents with the plastic, the only time we were allowed to sit on that thing was during Christmas and Thanksgiving. The rest of the year, we had to stand or bring in a folding chair.
My paternal side wasn't like that. But, hey, did you see, I mean, I don't hate Trump, and I like some of the stuff he's doing.
Sure.
I just, I'm not in his camp anymore. I think MAGA's a cult, but they're going to try to pass that. They're going to. Oh, Are you kidding me?
No, don't go in the weeds. I get it. Okay, I just thought that was crazy that you said that. But anyway, no.
They want to pass an amnesty bill that if you came here before the open borders of Biden in 2020 and you've been here at least 7 years, that you'll at least get a green card.
Is that okay?
And
That's who's proposing that, because Stephen Miller won't budge. But is that rumored? Is it who's the Republican?
It's rumored that the Republicans, because Trump wants an amnesty bill.
Okay.
That's what they're going to come up with. Like if you came here before 2020, I mean, I know Joe from Simsbury will get pissed off about it, and I don't think you can get rid of everyone in this country.
Okay.
I think that you should get rid of everyone in this country. Like,
okay.
No, but if you're living in a house and you're a drug dealer, gang member, and you came here with your wife and kids, and you're on the target list, and while we apprehend you, we find out that everyone in your house, even though they're law-abiding, shouldn't be here, you all go.
Yeah,
You
agreed,
all go.
agreed.
You get rid of everyone you can. I'm not saying like knock on every Hispanic or Middle Eastern door and say, prove you're a citizen.
Right.
But if you come across an illegal,
But if we know, no, how about this? How about if we know that you're here illegally and we know that you're involved in some shady activity, you should go. But let me ask you this. Hold on. I want to ask you this back on the amnesty thing, okay? Because no one has called me to even discuss it, even though I've talked about it at least 3 times. So I'm asking you, because you who've left the camp, left the Donald Trump train, I get it. But I got to ask you, because you're perfect for this question. Let's say, in my view, Donald Trump is setting a trap. Let's just say that he is for the sake of it, okay? Let's say he set a trap and says, here's my plan. You want amnesty for these folks? You want them to stay? Great. We'll let them all stay. But here's the caveat. 1, they can't be a part of any census for 2 cycles. That's 10? That's going to be 10 years, right? 1 census, if it's coming up, I guess, in the next 10 years, it'll be 20 years, if anything. But you can't be on the census for 2 cycles, right? Two cycles you can't get in. You don't get in until the 3rd. And you can't vote. None of them can vote or be allowed to vote in 25 years. What would you say to that proposal?
I would consider this. If you have no criminal record,
right,
you would get permanent work status, not a green card.
Okay.
Not citizenship ever. No voting.
You can't get citizenship ever, even if you paid a fine?
Nothing, because you committed a crime coming into this country.
Fair enough.
And you supported people, so I'm sure one of the 12 guys in your 1-bedroom apartment did something wrong. So here, you can stay, you can work, but if you spit on the sidewalk or try to collect one social service program like food stamps, Medicare, Medicaid, or social, you have to 100% support yourself without a taxpayer-funded program.
I kind of agree with that.
You can never become a citizen.
So never vote.
No.
Okay.
Never.
See, I believe
You're a criminal for breaking the law for coming in.
Rudy, I get your listen. I'm not, and I hate to even refer to it as a hard stance. It's not. It's a reasonable stance. Because again, I don't have a problem. I don't have a bone to pick with you on anything. They did break the law, and you and I are.
Hey, there's 3 beds open at Alligator Alcatraz right
No,
now.
you and I are on. Listen, you and I are on the same playing field on this. The people may call it harsh, people may call it mean, but I'll
let them stay. Some of them built houses, had kids born.
I don't care. No, I don't care. Personally, I don't care. I don't give a crap. But this is my point. I'm saying if Donald Trump, because again, look, all I want to do is expose the dishonesty of the left and say, look. Here.
It's not just the left, though, Reese.
Oh, no. Like I would agree. Listen, the point is that the majority of the left is the ones that have a problem with this. I get that we would of course grab a couple of rhinos.
Because Laura has purple hair and she's wearing the fabric that was on our grandmother's couches wrapped in plastic as a dress.
You're missing my point. But you're missing my point. I want everybody who's on the fence or are wavering knuckleheads on the subject. I want to hear them. I want to say, look. I've got the vote. I have the votes. I have the political power to get this done. I'm going to give you amnesty. If you want this, this is the way it's going to be done. You get them to stay. No ICE is going to be running around grabbing anybody, and they get to stay. And eventually, you guys can probably get the power that you want.
If you want to hear from a knucklehead, I mean, I'll give you Tim from Wallingford's phone number.
I'm going. Goodbye, sir. Get out of here. I'm just saying. I think it should be proposed in that way. I would even, you forget about even writing a bill, right? Don't even write a bill. Just tweet it. Just put it on social media. Put it on Truth Social. The guy runs the media, okay, with a tweet. How, for crying out loud, 2 days ago, the biggest story coming out of the Trump administration was that he was going to revoke Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. So if you know you can tweak the news cycle and everybody else who follows it by just going, you know what? Let's talk amnesty. You don't get to be a part of the census for 2 cycles, and you can't vote for 25 years. But you get to become, and maybe even adapt some of what Rudy said. You know, give them a work visa, but they get to stay. That's what's important to you, right? And then make them just reveal themselves, what they really stand for. If you don't believe me, try this on for size. Let me see if I can find this. Is this Jayapal? Yeah. Pramila Jayapal. Listen to this woman and what she says. Remember they told you that there were no illegals on SNAP, on food stamps? Remember they told you they weren't on Medicaid? Remember that? They said, you're like, no, we're not cutting it for anybody. Listen, her own words.
Yesterday, I was at a food bank in my district talking about the SNAP cuts, the horrible SNAP cuts and Medicaid cuts. And they told me that people are not even showing up to Head Start where they get their food. They're not showing up to the food banks because they're afraid. And it's not just undocumented immigrants. It is people of all legal statuses. It's undocumented immigrants who have been here for 20 years.
What's she talking about? She, again, this is that whole you talk too much theme. Running your mouth and trying to sound so giving and so caring, you expose. The jig's up. They told us that no illegals were on the SNAP program. No illegals were on Medicaid. And there she is saying they're not even showing up to get their food stamps. They're not even showing up to buy food because they're scared. Undocumented people who have been here for 20 years. That was her trying to cover it up. Those are people who have been here forever. We know. Illegals are on the rolls. We know. We've always known. She realized she stepped in it. And all you people running around and saying, no, they're not. Really? Really? Well, you know, I always say never listen to a Republican. You people on the left, stop listening to us. We're nothing but liars. Remember? Your folks are telling the truth. Well, there you go. There's Jayapal.
Yesterday, I was at a food bank in my district talking about the SNAP cuts, the horrible SNAP cuts.
Why she mentioned those? I thought there were no illegals on those.
And Medicaid cuts.
Whoa, Medicaid? Whoa. Illegals and Medicaid? Why are you talking about SNAP and Medicaid when you're talking about illegals?
And they told me that people are not even showing up to Head Start where they get their food.
Why? Because they're afraid of ICE? Oh. And why would they be afraid of ICE? Because they're illegal? Oh. Y'all believe this nonsense? You keep repeating it everywhere, in every place. I just loved, like I said earlier to Donald, gets mad at me. He doesn't even rely on the Democrat Party. He's over here talking about how I don't criticize. You're not fair and down the middle. You don't even trust them. And now the criteria is I don't criticize President Trump. Is that it? That's the only thing I need to do to get in your good graces? Huh? President Trump has swollen ankles, and I'm concerned. He needs to see a doctor. How's that? I'm kidding. Let's get some news with John Silver, some weather with Jason Caterina, and, of course, getting you home on the roads is Mark Christopher in the BPS Traffic Center. Hi, sir.
All right, Reese, thank you very much. Well, if you're heading 91 southbound into Hartford, delays from 33 down to 32 A and B, and again down by exit 28, slowing again from exit approaching 19 down to 17 in Meriden. Northbound 91, slow traffic 20 up to 21 in Cromwell. After that, you got a good ride into Hartford and some slow traffic again, 35 to 36 in Windsor. Westbound 84 tied up approaching the Bulkley Bridge out to 45 Flatbush. 84 eastbound slows 44 Prospect Oakwood down to the Bulkley Bridge. 291 through 84 okay east of the river. 2 westbound slowing 1D up to the 84 West merge. 9 north and southbound heavy approaching the Aragoni Bridge in Middletown. 9 northbound's a little tight, getting by 32 in Berlin. Westbound 84 sluggish stop and go from the 691 interchange up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. 84 eastbound into Waterbury tight 17 to 18. Southbound Parkway delays 62 down to 60 in Hamden. South 95 slowing 59 to 57 at Guilford, again 46 down to 43 in West Haven. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
A heat advisory remains in effect until early this evening. It'll be breezy, hot, and very humid this afternoon with a strong thunderstorm that could produce some localized damaging wind gusts, the high of 91. Tonight, humid this evening, a gusty thunderstorm that could produce flash flooding, hail, damaging wind gusts, even a tornado, so stay weather aware tonight. Otherwise, mostly cloudy overnight, the low only down to 69. Not as hot with lower humidity Friday as the clouds give way to sun, a high of 83. Sunny to partly cloudy with the lower humidity Saturday, the high 85. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina in the WTIC Weather Center.
There's a lot happening in Washington and in your local neighborhood. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app to keep up with the latest. WTIC is celebrating 100 years on the air and 100 years of serving Connecticut. This is WTIC and WTIC FM HD2 Hartford, an Odyssey station.
5 o'clock, Hartford temperature 89 degrees. Good afternoon, I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News. The White House continues to blame Democrats for keeping focus on files on sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Correspondent Linda Kenyon has more from the White House.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the Trump administration has been transparent.
It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did.
The Democrats, she suggested, were being disingenuous by demanding release of those files.
Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein.
Some high-profile Republicans have also demanded the release of the files, with some calling for a special prosecutor to investigate. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
A woman involved in a crash last December that left her infant son dead is now facing charges. State police say 30-year-old Francesca Stewart was under the influence of alcohol and cocaine when she crashed her vehicle on the southbound side of Interstate 91, exit 45 in Enfield. According to an arrest warrant, Stewart was traveling at a high rate of speed when she lost control of the vehicle, which flipped on its side. Stewart's son, Isaiah Ortiz, was killed. Police say he was not properly secured in his car seat. Stewart's blood alcohol level was at .12, according to police. She now faces charges of manslaughter with a motor vehicle, DUI, reckless driving, and other offenses. She's being held on bonds totaling $375,000. Governor Lamont has signed a bill into law prohibiting police use of handcuffs on kids 14 years of age and under. The measure allows for handcuffs to be used in certain situations, such as if the child is a danger to themselves or others. Proponents of the measure say it protects the dignity of young people who are detained but not necessarily charged with a crime. Lamont says it sends the right message.
I think it's a good law because it says you only use things like handcuffing in the most extreme circumstances where a kid under the age of 14 is a danger to himself or somebody immediately around him. Otherwise, you heard from the state senator and the state rep, how traumatizing this can be for a 12-year-old to go through something like that.
No, cuffs can be used if public safety is at risk or by court order as well. Senator Craig Fishbein, the ranking Republican on the Judiciary Committee, says the law further hamstrings police attempts at keeping the community safe by forcing officers to make split-second decisions. Norwalk police have charged a man with sexual assaults on a 5-year-old. Under arrest is 60-year-old Jose Rodriguez of Norwalk. He is charged with multiple counts of sexual assault. Police began their investigation in March when the alleged victim identified Rodriguez as the suspect. Rodriguez was taken into custody at his residence without incident He's being held on a $1 million bond charged with sexual assault and risk of injury. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the TSA may lift the ban on liquids on planes.
The promise of that technology when it was starting to roll out was that eventually we'd get to the point where you didn't have to take your laptop out. You didn't have to take your liquids out. You could have more liquids, maybe up to 2 liters instead of 100 milliliters.
That's transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. And 100,000 people are expected for the Greater Hartford Festival of Jazz at Bushnell Park this weekend. WTIC's Dave Mager has a preview.
The local duo Sounds of April and Randall starts the festival at 6 Friday night. Mayor Arunan Arulapalam calls the event a great introduction to Hartford for fans who come from all over.
They always come to the city of Hartford and have a great time here, and I consistently get positive remarks about how great the city is. They never knew anything about the city of Hartford, and they come for one of our music festivals and fall in love with everything we have here.
The music continues through Sunday. Admission is free. There will be the usual food trucks and vendor booths. There's more info at hartfordjazz.org. Dave Mager, WTIC 1080 News.
Wall Street, the Dow up 229 points today. The NASDAQ gained 153, and the S&P was up 33 points. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts, and exclusions and endurance.
1 minute.
Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so free quote. Call 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203. 800-253-6203.
The hour.
I feel bad for the
Punch. It's Reese on the radio on WTIC News Talk 1080.
We are back, and it's Reese on the radio. And I know there was something that I needed to get to. And, oh, yeah, because I was going to talk about movie news. So there's this, of course, this new Marvel film, Fantastic Four: First Steps. And I was looking at it, and sure enough, there's this YouTube page that I saw, and he started talking about it, and he immediately started going to, hey, be careful, there are spoilers here. And I was like, well, I've come to the right place. So I immediately start going through it to find out what they are. And, you know, it's supposed to be a big deal, this movie. It's supposed to save, Marvel. Because they've been getting it wrong for so long. Rama was in the chat room, and he says, you know what, I do want spoilers on this movie because everything I've watched, it sucks so bad. So now I want to know just so I don't waste any money. I agree. I wish I had gone and read the spoilers to Superman. I wish I'd done it. I wouldn't have wasted my time. Now, Matty O, he's in the chat room and says that if I ever gave him the spoilers to a film, he wouldn't talk to me anymore. Don't tempt me. I'm teasing. I love you, Matt. I'm just saying. The bottom line is, I'm not saying that I would spoil. I don't believe in spoiling movies for everyone else. But people, when they go to the film, they'll come back and they'll tell me, it was like, hey, I went and saw such and such. I'm like, oh, really? How'd it go? And they were like, you don't care? And I'm like, no, I don't care. Give me the spoilers. And they'll give me everything. Now, what does that mean? I'll still go. I still go to the movies. I got Infinity War and Endgames, both billion-dollar films for the Marvel franchise. I read the scripts weeks before the movie came out. Still went. Still had a great time. Knew everything was going to happen. And same thing with The Force Awakens. When I found out Han Solo had died, I'll admit, that one I was actually a little ticked off about. That was another story. I don't want to get into that. Let's get to weather and traffic again with Jason Caterina and Mark Christopher is in a BPS traffic center. I know Jason Catarina's going to have something to say about Han Solo. Hey, Mark.
Uh-oh. Yeah, get ready. Hey, if you're 91 southbound, delays 33 down to 32 A and B in Hartford. Another bumped up by exit 28. After that, a little slow traffic as you move down between exit 21 and 20. Northbound side of 91, slowing between 21 and 22. Emergency road work in the right lane. Delays back to 20 Country Club Road. After that, easy ride up into Hartford. Just some slow traffic in Windsor, 35 to 36. Westbound 84, tied up approaching the Boakley Bridge out to 45 Flatbush. 84 eastbound is locked up 44 Prospect Oakwood into the tunnel. 2 westbound is running slow. 1D up to the 84 West merge. 291, 384, that looks good east of the river. 9 northbound slowing Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. And 9 southbound, look for some slow traffic from exit 35 down to 33 in Berlin. Eastbound side of 84, Waterbury's tight 17 to 18. Westbound 84 is running slow, approaching 26 in Cheshire up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury. And 15 southbound Parkway delays 62 down into the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
Oh, I didn't catch what you were saying about Han Solo, but he definitely shot first. So as we head through tonight, listen, be weather aware tonight. Gusty thunderstorm around, capable of flash flooding, hail, damaging winds, even a tornado. So make sure your phone's nearby and charged up. If that thing goes off with the emergency alert system, be aware and follow up. The low down to 69 tonight. Not as humid tomorrow. Not as hot either. Clouds coming with the sun. Nice day. The high of 83. Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy. Low humidity again. The high 85. Sunday, couple of showers and a thunderstorm. More humid again. The high of 86. Right now, 86 in Waterbury, 81 in New London, 86 for Mansfield, and 90 in Hartford. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina in the WTIC Weather Center.
At Columbia Dental, we love to make kids smile. Our expert pediatric dentists specialize in children's dental care, making every visit fun and comfortable. Open 7 days a week. Call 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 860-440-PAIN. That's 860-440-PAIN. 860-440-PAIN.
Home title on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to lock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Reese on the Radio is getting ready to drop some knowledge on WTIC News Talk 1080.
Drop it. Yeah, man. And give us a little bit, and we will make sure that you will win. How do I not have it there? It is right in front of me. We'll get to you the Hartford Yard Goats and 360 marketing events. First ever Goat Tacos Tequila Taps Fest in Duncan Park on July 24th through the 26th. A festive, vibrant event featuring more than 20 restaurants, 100 beverage brands, live music, live cooking demonstration, fun activities, and more. Your tickets, if you win, will be for Friday night, the 25th at 5 p.m. They'll include several food samples and multiple beverage samples. You must be 21 or older to win. So we'll get to that in a bit. We will tell you when to call. Also, I want to say that there are two things I want to get into before the show ends. One is Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky. We can't sleep on this guy. And I'll explain why in a little bit. We cannot sleep on this guy. This guy has got the goods. And he has been quiet. And I've got a speech that he gave, an impromptu speech he gave to some people. He was surrounded by a lot of folks, African-American folks, white folks, Asian. He was surrounded by them. And as a Democrat, this guy, he was invoking God, talking about our brothers, our sisters. Whoa, I didn't think this guy had the chops, but he's got the chops. I'm going to play that in the next half hour. So stand by for that. If you don't sleep on this guy, if this Mondami thing goes off the rails and he ends up losing and they've got to find some hope, Andy Beshear's the guy to watch. He could be the saving grace for the Democrat Party. I'll play it later, so stick around for that. Plus, we'll get to your phone calls. Also, the craziest thing I heard today, it had to be the stupidest thing I read today, was this from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Did you hear?
I think it's really important that 16 and 17-year-olds have the vote because they're old enough to go out to work. They're old enough to pay taxes, so to pay in. And I think if you pay in, you should have the opportunity to say what you want your money spent on, which way the government should go. So I'm really pleased that we're able to bring more young people into our democracy and give them the chance to have a say over how their taxes are going to be paid and what they're going to be used for.
Yep. So there you have it. The UK is thinking of bringing in 16-year-olds into the fold so they can vote in elections. I don't know what that's about, but that is going to end miserably, and I can't wait. If you thought the Mondami thing was something worth waiting for, wait until you see what they do in the UK. Oh, wait. If they have the overwhelming majority in that vote, imagine what those kids will vote for. Imagine what they'd vote for. Whew. Boy. That's just crazy. Anyway, 860-522-WTIC. Let's go to Fulton. How are you, sir?
What's going on, buddy? So I got a call into Murphy's office and Ty's office, and I asked where they're going to stand on if they're going to support the kid and his family that ran over the state troopers, and no answers from them. But I don't know. I'd imagine I would see everybody's stances on that. I mean,
You called?
15, right?
Did you gave them a call and did they direct
I
you
left
to
a message.
You left a message. Okay.
got
Yeah,
it.
they never. That's the thing that I can't stand about Connecticut. These people have these telephone numbers, tell us to give you a call to get some information, and nobody answers. You just they to leave a message, no one ever gets back to you.
I mean, I'm sure I know where they stand. It's not stance. I think it's not going to be a stance for the Connecticut trooper. I'm sure,
But they should make a statement.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Be transparent and say it. And I wanted to also bring up, and I talked about it yesterday, the other way this time. I think Tim is right. This time he called a radio station, and they did the chief's office, Vern Riddick's office, did a warrant for him. That's insane for Mark from West Harrison.
No. So Mark, what happened was, again, he was debating this politician on
in an open forum, right?
It was an open forum. There was nothing there was no threats or anything of that being done. It was again asking for answers and calling them out on their BS, and that's all it is. That's their job. But again, this is this state where everybody, or at least the people in public office, are under this guise or under this belief that no one is supposed to challenge them on their BS. And what that turned into is having to contact the police to file harassment charges is beyond the pale. So interestingly enough, we have two stories in the backdrop. Remember you called yesterday, about the state trooper,
Right,
case, which by the way, it ended up in both the YouTuber and his cameraman getting arrested.
I know, I saw that. I saw that. And I said, listen, that guy's at that property. If Mark goes to her property, 100%, I think he's in the wrong there. You can't question her on the property. But in an open forum, if that YouTuber called, like that guy was at the cop was on thing talking about whatever, and he called up and said, I want to talk about your overtime. And then they had him arrested. I'd be like, that's outrageous.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think, look, the bottom line is that the case with what's his name? Sean? Is that his name, the YouTuber?
I think so.
Yeah, Sean.
Long Island White.
Yeah. So whatever the case is going to be, at least we know that the police in this case are investigating the video. And I think what will come of it will be, because it's been viewed over 700,000 times. And I think that in a lot of ways, they're going to view this in a PR way. That's what they do. They look at this stuff and they go, does this help us or does this hurt us to throw the book at this guy, the YouTuber? If it doesn't, it will be no harm, no foul. We apologize. Keep it moving. If they think they got the goods on this YouTuber, they'll throw the book at him. I don't think it's going to go the latter. I do believe this is going to be cooler heads prevail. Let's keep it on, and maybe we'll have a restraining order. You stop bugging this guy. That's what I think is going to happen.
Here's what I think will happen to the YouTuber guy. I think they'll string him along for about a year. They'll keep getting him continuous for 6 years, so you got to keep paying. This is what they do. This is
no, that's a good point. I didn't even think. No, you bring up a good point.
They'll play them out, and they'll say, oh, you know what, at the end, a year from now, after you're about $10,000, $20,000 into this thing, they'll say, okay, so listen, take a breach of peace charge, and go on your way. No harm, no foul. Everybody's okay.
Yeah,
and then you know what the people say? They're so tired. They say, thank you very much. Can I have another?
That's right. Exactly.
And honestly, that's what he's going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy shouldn't have shown up. But again, it's Mark. I 100% believe Mark. And if in the story it says she contacted the chief's office, so she doesn't even use the regular parameters of like calling.
And again, that's the whole thing. He never once. And again, he documents everything from the phone calls to everything. She brought no. That's the whole crazy part. She never even brought the receipts. She thought that her word alone was going to work.
There was a video until they started lying about it.
Well, that's what was his. That was exactly.
Does this sound like you guys?
Fulton.
You went to the chief's office
Fulton.
And I got backdoored.
Fulton. That was his intent. His intent was to wait until somebody said, oh, there's no audio of this. And his response to
lying.
it.
You're a liar. This nothing like that happened. And then play it for him.
Exactly. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, man. Let's go to, my buddy. White Mike is in the house. How are you, sir?
Oh, man. Well, another day, another dollar. You know what I mean?
50 cents after taxes.
But, I'm going to go in an entertainment direction today.
Okay. That's good, because that's the one I was talking about earlier.
So I happen to subscribe to a few like movie-based and nerd-based Facebook pages.
Okay.
And the amount of sycophancy and mindless fanboyism among these people is frustrating. And I don't mean they just like movies or whatever, that's fine.
Right.
But these people have the audacity to try to talk about the movie business without understanding the basic rule of the movie business.
What are those
things? What that is?
Please.
When they talk about box office,
okay,
they tell you the gross.
Okay.
But the way the movie business works to determine the net is the studios have to split the gross an average of 50% with the exhibitors.
That's right.
So when a movie like, let's just say Superman, all these nerds are saying it's going to do great. Well, we know from Ohio tax filings that the production budget on this movie was $363 million.
Woo!
Now, there's also talk that it had a record-setting promotion budget because they really want to make this go. Promotion was $200 million.
So we're talking half a bill, probably far beyond half a bill.
They spent $563 million on this movie, which means it needs $1.04 billion to break even.
That's right.
Even. It's never happening.
Nope.
It's got one more week to make some money, and then next Friday or next Thursday, Fantastic Four hits premium large format screens.
Yep.
So Superman is gone from all ScreenX and IMAX. This movie is going to lose $300 million.
Oof. And it wasn't even good.
And Fantastic Four is reported to have about the same production budget, and they're promoting the crap out of it.
Yeah.
It's going to need over $1 billion. This business is so stupidly run. I don't understand how a group of people who are supposed to be good at money are so bad at money.
Wait. Here's you bring up a brilliant point here, right? It's the only industry that costs more money to make something good in a technological age. Because, I mean, if you think about it, Kevin Costner was ripped to shreds for the $240 million he spent on Waterworld. Remember that? Remember that loss of like everybody's money. It was so. And another one, what was it? Disney had John Carter. Is that the other nonsense they made?
Oh, yeah.
For $280 million? What a catastrophe that was, right? So again, and that movie had so much CGI, your head would spin. But yet the technology is the most expensive stuff in order to create these films. And now, here's the crazy part. A guy by the name of Breckin Meyer, is that his name, the actor?
Yeah, I know Breckin Meyer.
Okay, Breckin Meyer, he was on one of my favorite TV shows called Franklin and Bash. I love that stupid lawyer show. Love that show. He's got a new AI movie out that he did with his own budget, which I don't even think cost him $1 million. And it's just voice acted and all done with AI. And it looks just as good as any other of these sci-fi films that he's got coming out. And again, I'm saying to myself, where's all this money going? To these films that suck. And they run, I mean, literally, they've got to make, as you just put, $1.6 billion to break even. That means a profit, if they're lucky, will look to the tunes of maybe $1, $2, $3 million.
Yeah, and why are you going to spend that much money to make that little profit? It makes no sense.
It doesn't.
There was a movie that came out a couple years ago with John David Washington called The Creator.
Yes.
Did you see it?
I did.
Okay. Just remember how good that was. I mean, it wasn't a great movie, but the CGI was amazing. That was a very expensive looking movie.
Yep.
You know what it cost?
Don't know.
You know what it cost? It cost $80 million.
Really?
That movie cost $80 million, and they spent $363 million on Superman.
Damn.
They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on Ironheart. Ironheart was a $200 million project.
Holy moly, really?
Yeah.
No wonder they had to put that out.
Disney has lost, just on Disney Plus since its launch, $15 billion.
Holy moly.
And they've lost billions of dollars at the box office. The last successful movie that Marvel had was Deadpool versus Wolverine. Everything before that for a year and after that has lost money. And we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. So what's wrong with them?
I don't know.
Do you remember going to see movies in the 90s and watching like a $40 million comedy that made a ton of money?
Yep. Everything is so funny. As you're talking about it, I'm thinking about Tyler Perry movies are made to scale. It costs them about $8-9 million to do a film. He pays everybody a base salary and puts it on Lionsgate for distribution. It brings him back $60 million. So when you're asking yourself, how can there be another Medea film? Because it costs nothing and it makes everything.
It's just crazy because, like, you look at things like the Farrelly Brothers movies. Remember those?
Yeah.
Dumb and Dumber and all that. Those movies cost nothing, and they made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Dude, Dumb and Dumber cost $17 million to make.
Damn. And,
So
and even that seems, listen to me, I know the movie Dumb and Dumber. Even that seems expensive for what they put out.
They're going to have to get these budgets under control. I think they're going to have to start telling these actors they're going to work for points.
Yeah.
And if your movie's successful, you make money. Because, dude, they gave Robert Downey Jr. $80 million to come back.
Yeah.
$80 million.
Yeah, and it's going to cost them, $400 million to do one of the two films.
They're thinking they're going to have to be $2 billion to profit on these upcoming Avengers movies. And the report is Pedro Pascal is going to lead the Avengers.
I saw that report this morning.
And the rumor about FF, I'll let you go, is there's a leak that apparently Reed Richards and Ben Grimm were lovers in college.
See, all right, we're done. Gotta go. Yeah. That was a spoiler I didn't want.
Yeah.
Time to go.
Better before than after, I guess.
Goodbye.
All right, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Jesus, goodness gracious. That's just the worst. I cannot believe I just heard that. We got to take a break. We'll come back. Your phone calls, I promise, when we return. Plus our giveaway. It's Reese on the Radio. Let's get to Weather, traffic, news. John Silva's got news. Jason Catarina with weather, and Mark Christopher is in the BPS Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Reese, thank you very much. Well, if you're heading toward Hartford right now, westbound side of 84 tied up approaching the Bulkley Bridge out to 45 Flatbush Avenue, 84 eastbound delays, 44 Prospect Oakwood down to the Bulkley Bridge. South of 91's a little slow by 35 in Windsor, again 33 down to 32 A and B, and again 27 to 28. You'll see another slowdown, 22 to 21 in Cromwell. And again, some slow traffic, 19 to 17 in Meriden. Northbound side of 91 slowing between exit 20 and 21. And again, a little bumped up by exit 22. Slows again in Windsor, 35 to 36. Now, if you are traveling Route 2 westbound, delays 1D up to the 84 West merge. Heading into Middletown right now, a little slow traffic, Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. Waterbury, westbound 84 tied up in Cheshire, 26. The 691 interchange right up to the Mixmaster in Waterbury, 84 eastbound Waterbury tight 17 to 18. And southbound on the Parkway, you've got slow traffic, 61 down into exit 60 in Hamden. Traffic and weather together on the 8th WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
A heat advisory remains in effect until early this evening. It'll be breezy, hot, and very humid this afternoon with a strong thunderstorm that could produce some localized damaging wind gusts, the high of 91. Tonight, humid this evening, a gusty thunderstorm that could produce flash.
Bushwhacker, that's one of my favorite films of all time. I love Clue. I watch it all the time.
Not as hot with lower humidity Friday as the clouds give way to sun, a high of 83. Sunny to partly cloudy with the lower humidity Saturday, the high 85. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina in the WTIC Weather Center.
Follow WTIC News Talk 1080. Don't miss out on important updates in Connecticut. From breaking need to know news, weather alerts, and more. Follow WTIC News Talk 1080 on the Odyssey app now. And now, a WTIC News Update.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm John Silva. WTIC 1080 News. The White House this afternoon released information on President Trump's health.
President Trump has been diagnosed with what the White House calls a benign and common vein condition known as chronic venous insufficiency. Photos of the president over the weekend showed him with noticeably swollen ankles, fueling speculation about his health.
In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House Medical Unit.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease.
Our Willie James Inman on other recent photos that have raised concerns.
The White House press corps has asked previously about this, about the bruising on the president's hands, and past cases. The White House has essentially said that the president shakes a lot of hands. He's working for the American people, so perhaps that was the reason for this.
I'm Matt Piper.
Norwalk police have charged a man with sexual assault on a 5-year-old. Under arrest is Jose Rodriguez, the 60-year-old charged with multiple counts of sexual assault. Police began their investigation in March when the alleged victim identified Rodriguez as a suspect. He's being held on $1 million bond. Outrage in Bridgeport with the early release of a convicted murderer. Mayor Joe Ganim among those expressing that outrage. Adrian Peeler was convicted in the killings of Karen Clark and Leroy B.J. Brown in 1999. Peeler received clemency from former President Joe Biden in the final days of his administration. And Governor Lamont signed a bill into law today prohibiting police use of handcuffs on kids 14 years of age and under. The measure allows for handcuffs to be used in certain situations, such as if the public's safety is at risk or if the child is a danger to themselves or others, although some opponents have said the measure hamstrings police efforts to keep the community safe. Wall Street, the Dow finished up 229 points today. The NASDAQ picked up 153, and the S&P was up 33 points. I'm John Silva, WTIC 1080 News.
Low testosterone affects many men today, even men.
Bushwhacker, when the kids were young, I would pick movies from the 80s to make them watch. And I had them watch My Bodyguard, Breakfast Club, of course, which they still love to this day, and Clue, which they thought they were going to hate in the beginning, but at the end, they loved every bit of it. It's still my favorite movie.
In fact, we've successfully treated thousands of men for low T and have seen the amazing impacts low T treatments have. If you're like most men, you'll sleep better, have more energy and improved mental clarity, get better gains in the gym, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 800-930-5956. That's 800-930-5956. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will... Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. Free online visit and save up to 95%. Go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The Odyssey app lets you jump back to the moments you missed from WTIC News Talk 1080. Download the free Odyssey app, search WTIC News Talk 1080, and tap earlier today to get started.
Get on the phones. The last caller of the day will go to the Hartford Yard Goats and 360 marketing events for the first ever Goat Tacos, Tequila, and Taps Fest at Duncan Park between July 24th and 26th. Your tickets will be for Friday, the 25th, and they'll include food samples and multiple beverage samples, and you must be 21 and older. So if you get on the phone now, they'll make you the last caller of the day. We'll get to you and get you those tickets. Yes, The Last Starfighter, Bushwhacker. I love that movie, too. What was the name of that movie? A lot of people won't remember this, and Roland, you're too young. If I'm correct, there was a movie with Dennis Quaid and Louis Gossett Jr., and I think the movie was called Enemy Mine. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that's the name of it. Enemy Mine. And Louis Gossett Jr. was in full makeup to look like a lizard person who gives birth. I'm almost certain that's the name of the film. Let's get to the phones. 860-522-WTIC. Jeff's in Marlboro. How are you, Jeff?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Reese, how you been, man? It's been a while.
I know it's been a bit. What's up, buddy?
So you were making me laugh earlier when you were talking about people not understanding how you use the term Uncle So-and-so.
Yes, right. So you remember this when, if your mom, like in the inner city, if your mom's dating a guy, it's like, how do I refer to him if they've been dating a long while? It's like, that's your Uncle Skip. It's just something we did.
Well, you sort of called it like an inner city term. I didn't know if you were just using that word, but I was thinking more of like a black kind of thing.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. I was using that without throwing in the word black. But, people in the inner city used it, because some of those people were, black, brown, Latino. It didn't matter, so.
So I used to work with this old black dude. I love this dude. He was freaking hilarious.
Mm.
And he used a couple of phrases that I never understood what the heck he was talking about.
Okay.
And one of them I think I figured out, and then the other one I'll tell you how I figured it out after.
Okay.
So he always used, I'd say, hey man, how's it going today? He'd be like, oh man, I don't feel that good. I'm coughing up cold. I'm coughing up cold.
I'm coughing up cold.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. And I finally figured he was talking about coughing up with like phlegm or mucus.
That's exactly right. Coughing up cold means coughing up phlegm. That's right.
But I didn't want to ask him because I didn't want to look stupid. But I'm like, I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Yes. So what was the one that you eventually figured out? What was that phrase?
Okay, I learned this from watching, you know this show. I know you like it. So he always used to tell me, he goes, oh, man, I'm ashy today. I'm ashy. And I'm like, I have no idea what this guy's telling me. And
let me guess. You saw the Chappelle show.
Yeah, Ashy Larry on the Chappelle show. I'm like, He's talking about dry skin. I'm like, I never would have figured that out.
That's like, you know what? Go look up the Bill Barr bit on ashiness. That's just as funny. Because, again, he's another guy who didn't know what it meant. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. When we come back, more news, more views. We'll get to your phone calls and, of course, our contest winner when we return. Let's get some weather and traffic with Jason Caterina and Mark Christopher in the BPS Traffic Center. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Reese, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, everyone. And if you're heading into downtown Hartford right now, here on the southbound side of 91, you're going to see some slow traffic moving by exit 36 in Windsor. And then again, some slow traffic at 32 A and B in Hartford. Another bump 27 to 28. And again, a little slow 19 to 17 in Meriden. Northbound 91, sluggish from exit 20 up to 21 in Cromwell. After that, good ride Hartford, and a little slow in Windsor, 35 up to 36 on the northbound side of 91. Westbound 84 tight approaching the Bulkley Bridge out to exit 45 Flatbush Avenue. 84 eastbound slows about a half mile before 46 Sisson Avenue into the tunnel. You'll lose speed again, 58 up to 59 in the 384 interchange. 2 westbound. Delays 1D up to the 84 West merge in East Hartford. 9 northbound, some slow traffic from exit, call it from Harbor Park up to the Aragoni Bridge. 9 southbound, you're sluggish and stop and go. 25 down to exit 30 in Cromwell. Northbound 9, a little slow by exit 32. If you're heading toward Waterbury, 84 eastbound delay 17 to 18. Westbound 84 slowing 26 in Cheshire up to exit 22 in Waterbury. Traffic and weather together on the 8s. WTIC News Talk 1080.
WTIC weather.
All right, be weather aware tonight as it's going to be humid this evening with some gusty thunderstorms moving through, capable of flash flooding, hail, damaging winds, even a tornado. So make sure you got your phone nearby. If there is a significant warning like a tornado warning, the emergency broadcast system will go off on your phone. So just keep it nearby tonight. The low down to 69. Then not as hot with lower humidity for a couple of days. Friday, the clouds giving way to sun, the high of 83. Saturday, sunny to partly cloudy. Still with the lower humidity, the high of 85. More humid starting Saturday night, late night, occasional late night rain and a thunderstorm, the low 69. Then Sunday, variably cloudy, couple of showers in the thunderstorm, warm and humid, the high of 86. Right now, it's 86 in Waterbury, 90 in Danbury, 88 in Bridgeport, 90 in Hartford. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina in the WTIC Weather Center.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can... Hold on a minute.
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
What's up, everybody? You know who it is.
You know who it is.
You know who it is. It's Reese on the Radio. Frederick Douglass of the 21st century.
It's WTIC News Talk 1080.
All right, we are about to make it a wrap in here. Plenty of news and plenty of views. I saw something interesting online. So let me just say this, folks. When the show is over, if you want to join Reese on the Radio for about a good 2 minutes, you can. Just go to reasoontheradio.com so you can continue to listen to the show. I'll be on for about a good 5 minutes to explain something that I just realized a little while ago that codifies or confirms what I've already believed. They are using that word again. Somebody doesn't like that. Confirms something that I already thought, and I thought it was interesting. So if you're interested, after the show's over, go to reasoontheradio.com so you can watch the sort of extended version of the show after the fact, okay? All right, we'll get to that. Now, let's get to your phone calls. 860-522-WTIC. I love it when this woman calls. Kim is in Cromwell. Hello, my dear.
Hi, I just want to touch on two things today. I'm watching the bill on defunding NPR and PBS.
Yes, ma'am.
And for many years, I was a loyal listener to NPR because I liked its classical music output.
Sure.
And then they stopped that. And I used to watch the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour at 7.
On PBS.
And they used to do reporting of issues you don't necessarily see, studies around the world.
Yes, ma'am.
And they really had good journalists. And then all of a sudden in the 2000s, they just became so far out there big time on the left, as if they were trying to guilt the United States and everything and believed in like a global government.
I will say this, Kim. I think that the reason why that happened and people fail to recognize it, you know, we hear about this sort of partisan divide that happened under the Trump administration or, you know, in 2016. Right. That wasn't the case. When partisanship became this sort of this exposed sort of nerve, as it were, right? Before it used to kind of be under the wraps. But when it was exposed was the way that the news media responded to the Supreme Court interjecting in the election between George W. Bush and Al Gore.
Yeah.
That was when people exposed exactly who they were. And
And then, you know, Bush became very unpopular as he went on because of that. The other thing I'd like to mention, okay, this thing surfacing in the grapevine this weekend about the amnesty.
Yes.
Okay, I don't support it at all, and I would think it would be a major mistake if Trump actually followed that. My understanding is there are maybe a dozen Republicans in the farm states bringing it to the attention because they're being pressured by the farmers.
Right.
And the farmers are trying to say, we can't make it without it. But the thing is, my biggest beef with this is they're saying you can't make it without slave labor.
Right.
That's wrong. You got to be able to pay near the market rate.
Exactly.
And that's all they're using these people in. And if they ever gave into this, the United States is done.
Yeah, Donald Trump needs to, you know what I would do for those Republican senators or maybe Congress folks who were putting pressure and say, hey, you know, our agricultural base is saying that, look, we need this labor. My response back to them is, you know what? Here's my message to them. Tell them to get back to me on this. Are you going to pay them a fair wage? How about $20 an hour? You're going to pay them at least $15 an hour. Then you and I can have a discussion about them staying.
If you need them so bad as you pay them up near the market rate.
Exactly.
And then, you know, like I said, it would just be a matter of time before they wiggle their way into the voters' booth and get this, that, and the other thing.
That's right.
And the United States will then become a third world continent there down the line.
Exactly.
Because nothing else will change in the behavior. So and most agriculture today, anyhow, is mechanized there.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just basically the farmers are trying to plead this case that they're so dependent on them and they don't understand the whole history behind it.
Kim, let me ask you this before I let you go. Do you think that the reason why some of these folks won't modernize, because we're looking at an industry that's overwhelmingly growing as far as like technological advances in agriculture? Yes. We know that's happening. Yeah. Do you think their reluctance is because they don't want to pay the amount of money it costs to mechanize agriculture in those regions that, you know, paying these guys?
That's true of small farmers. What I've seen, and I have seen some in the machines, like all your grains are picked by machine.
Right.
They even have harvesters that can pick plants out of the ground, like the greens family and some low-lying vegetables things. It's where it's probably not mechanized is things coming off of trees.
Right.
So a large number of large farms have these machines. They also have modern equipment for all the livestock that groom them, that feed them, that clean the floors of all the excrement. They do this a lot in Europe, and I think it's maybe the small farmers, they should bite the bullet. But we can't give you a pass.
Right.
Because you're stuck in the 1930s and want to pay somebody $5
Hey,
an hour.
you know what? I would argue with them and say, hey, if the Amish are doing it without mechanism and without
There you
hire,
go.
you know what I mean? You can do it too. It's such a great point. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate you. You got it. Let's go to Mike in Hartford. Hello, sir. Okay.
Hey, Reese, how you doing?
There he is. Hey, what's going on, sir?
I'm glad Rudy brought up the WNBA earlier because they have to do something about the officiating. It's helicopter officiating. They're calling too many fouls. They're not letting any contact go underneath. They're calling everything. It's affecting the overall quality of play.
With the exception of trying to, annihilate Caitlin Clark, by the way. It's pretty horrible what they're doing to her. I'll put it to you this way. It's crazy. What they're doing for her is the opposite of what they did for Tom Brady in football. You breathed on Tom Brady, you get a 15-yard penalty where you can knock this woman into the first row of the bleachers and nobody even blows a whistle.
Now Rudy doesn't like Angel Reese. Let Angel go. She's a good spirit. She's having fun, and I think she talks trash, but you can't see it. She's like a Larry Bird. She talks out of the side of her mouth.
No. In order to be a Larry Bird, you have to actually dunk. You actually have to score a point. That's all I'm saying.
I tell you, no, they have to do something during the off season. I mean, it's interrupting play. I take the game.
Hold on. Let me interrupt you. Speaking about what they can do off season. Shane Gillis was the host of the ESPYs last night, and he had the greatest line. Roland, please tell me you heard this, the joke he told last night.
I heard.
He said in a joke, he says that when Caitlin Clark retires, she's going to work at the Waffle House so she can continue doing the thing she enjoys most, and that's fist fighting African-American women. It's still the funniest. It's the funniest joke. It was the funniest joke of the night. It's still great. It's the best. I gotta let you go, Mike. Thank you, man. Let's go to Mark in Windsor. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Reese, and greetings to all the men and women listeners out there.
Hey, now,
Reese. Hey, what's the good word, Reese? I on a serious matter. I just saw online this video of this cop, Brian Fahey.
Yes.
He's a Connecticut state trooper.
Mm-hmm.
And he spat on a journalist.
Yes, an independent journalist, yes.
Yes. And as the journalist had went to his house and knocked on the door inquiring about reports of overtime fraud that Fahey may be committing.
Mm-hmm.
There were concerns and reports that he's committing overtime fraud.
Right.
And not just spit on him, but he told the man to leave his house.
Mm-hmm.
So the journalist, he got off he rang the doorbell, stepped off the porch, and his ring, Fahey's ring, recorded and said we could hear someone from inside the house say something. But the journalist walked off the porch.
Yep.
When Fahey came out, he told him to leave. The journalist was asking him questions as he was walking away from the house.
Right.
Fahey goes back in the house and gets a gun.
Yep, we're all aware. Yeah, I know. We know all of this. And again, crazy part.
When did this happen? When did this happen?
Apparently over the weekend, if not earlier this week. And everyone's been talking about it. It's gone viral. The YouTuber or the independent journalist has since been arrested and charged. But that not being said, or at least I've found a couple of reports about this, is that because of the spitting incident and because of the nature of what took place, in other words, he's leaving, you go in the house and you go grab a gun, this now makes it contentious that we know that the police department is now investigating that portion of this story, which again is running into a lot of problems with them, which say, okay, look, was the guy trespassing? May have been, but he was inquiring about this overtime story, which he's within his right to do. When he's asked to leave, he does leave, and in doing so, you spit on him and then you go get a gun. It don't look good. Not for the police officer. It don't look good.
Reese, Brian Fahey is a supervisor, a sergeant. Here's another irony in this Twilight Zone of
right.
comedy of errors.
Yeah.
He's a sergeant in the pistol permit unit.
I know.
He's when you go and get a permit.
Yeah.
He's in that, and this man, and he goes back in the house to retrieve a gun.
I'm telling you, this is what
he had his finger on it.
I know, Mark, this is one of those things, as I expressed yesterday when someone brought it up. How do I say? There are so many emotional things that happen in that video on the part of Fahey that you need. If you are in his department, you are his supervisor. You're looking at that video and you're going, dude, you got to come in and we need a psych eval. Okay? I'm not saying that he's crazy. I'm not saying, in fact, he's off his meds. But to behave in that fashion where you have him off the property to go back in your house to then retrieve a gun to escalate that situation means that you are beyond the pale at this point, because it's not enough to get him to remove, which you did, but then to go in the house to go get a gun clearly shows that you were willing to escalate this, which means something ain't right.
And he constantly invaded this man's personal space.
Yes.
He got up close, and this is after the man is trying to retreat from the property.
Again,
asking his questions. And Fahey had his finger. I can see in the video he has his finger on that.
Again, this is, and I know the reason why, because the report I read today, that is the reason why I'm so glad the reporter mentions it, that says that the police department is evaluating the video, because I know that the reason why they even told the reporter that is because the viral and the commentary from people who saw the video are saying, look, the guy may have been wrong coming up to your doorstep, but you don't make this situation any easier. As a police officer, you are to, one, keep the peace and de-escalate. This is the biggest problem that people have with police, or the biggest criticism of the police department, is that once a person with a gun enters the scene, all bedlam begins. And in this case,
right.
a guy who should know better, who knows that critique, who knows that scrutiny is on the police department, did it the wrong way. And that's why he's getting the criticism, and rightly so.
Well, and then he is that guy that does something really, really bad and then goes to recruit useful idiots to help exacerbate that really bad. Now, and I don't say this lightly, but when the Groton police showed up, I really, really had high expectations of them watching the video. I thought that they were going to say, hey, listen, Mr. Fahey, this dude, he's leaving. He's off your property. Go back inside. This could go this way.
Right.
We see that you had in the video, you had, firearm. They didn't work to de-escalate the matter.
No.
They tried to corner the journalist into, and they eventually did, make up an excuse to arrest him.
Yeah,
they made up they violated his civil rights.
This may have been a situation where, again, needing to protect one of their own, and again, tempers flaring. This is again, it's not that I expect them not to be,
but see, they didn't protect one of their own, because what they did was they sacrificed the credibility of their whole department.
Yep.
Even if they had said, they didn't even have to, to me, they could have just rolled the fence on this and said, Mr. Long Island, go away.
Yeah.
Fahey,
go
away.
in the house.
It's over.
Everybody go
it's
home.
Over.
Right, exactly. And let it play out the way it played out, but they made it worse.
Yeah.
I got to get out, Mark. I got to get out of
have
here,
a great
but no, it's okay. Don't go anywhere. Chill.
Yep.
Can I offer you the Yard Goats package to go to the Dunkin' Donuts Center? The Dunkin' Donuts park?
Yeah.
All right. All right, stay on the line.
You ain't gonna have that dude Fahey there.
No, he's not going to be there. We'll put Mark on hold. Yeah, Mark will make him the winner of the first ever Goat Tacos, Tequila, and Taps at Dunkin' Park on the 25th. He'll go there, and Roland will get all your information. So, Mark, stay on the line. As I always say, radio is free, so we thank you for paying attention. Remember to keep JC in your hearts and in your mind. Sean Patrick, we love you, and we miss you. Remember that panic is not planning, so plan your work and work your plan. Me, I'm Reese on the radio. You have a good night, pleasant tomorrow. The Panics is on the program tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We'll talk about them, and, of course, them doing the theme song. And Jason Catarina's got weather, and Mark Christopher is in the BPS Traffic Center. Good night, sir.
Hey, good night, Reese. If you're heading 84 eastbound into
all right, sir.
Mount
Thank
446 Avenue.
That
up
turned
to
out to be a
48
lot better
Capitol
than I
Avenue,
thought.
westbound.
Yeah, road ride really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Out to
all right,
exit,
see you mañana.
45
Your
Flatbush
favorite day of
Avenue.
the week's
South
coming.
91's
Friday.
Again by 32 A and B in Hartford.
All right, yo.
All right, bye.
Exit 28 on the Hartford.
All right, so I'm hoping that all of you are here checking out on Reese on the radio. And, you know, I was thinking about this, and until I saw something that blew my mind. And yesterday, I didn't even understand it. I left it alone. It wasn't a big deal. But then I read something that blew my mind. And I should have read it before, but I was so busy, and I don't really pay attention to stuff like that. But I want to read something to you. I just want to read something to you. And just because. And maybe I'm wrong for mentioning it, but I thought that I should. And I tried to be, as you know, I've tried to be nice. Try to be nice all the time. Try to be cordial, kind, considerate of people calling. But I didn't know this, and I should have. I read this. The world's #1 most widely heard and most frequently heard caller broadcaster in radio. I read that in a profile. And then I got it. Oh, okay. That's what it is. Now I know. There it is. Now I know. It was never about the content. It was never about the conversation. It's about them. That's the promotion. The world's #1 most widely heard and most frequent heard caller broadcaster in radio. That's the mission statement. Can I tell you a little story? I'm going to tell you this story, and I hope I don't bore you. But I'd like to tell the story of my origin. How Reese on the radio came to be. I don't get to tell this story often because I don't navel gaze. But let me tell it. So you all know that when I was 15 years old, all I ever wanted to do was be on the radio. But I just didn't know how. I didn't go to broadcasting school. Hell, I barely went to school. But I never knew how to get on, and I didn't even know how I could intern. I thought you had to know somebody. I didn't know even you could apply for a job like that. And when I needed to get a job, I didn't know the interns were even paid. I thought they did it for free, and I couldn't afford to do that for free. So I never really made any real effort to get into radio until I was 30. And it wasn't even an effort. I Star and Buck Wild. They used to do a morning show from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. And I would listen to them every morning. I got into my office. I was in my office like 4 a.m. in the morning, and I'd listen to that hour they were on, and I loved them. Thought they were the funniest thing since sliced bread, man. Thought they were hilarious. And I loved that show, and I listened to it every day for a year until finally they said, hey, we're finally taking over the morning show from 6 to 10. And I was so excited for them. I was like, man, good for you guys. Good for you. Finally, somebody's recognizing your talent, and you're great. And I listened to them again all year. They were my favorite morning show, much like you guys come to Reese on the radio. I never missed a show. If I wasn't at work, I was listening to them. When I was at work, I was listening to them. They were on early enough. And one day, I'm sitting there just fooling around, and I know that they didn't take a lot of calls because people were new to them, and they would just try to fill in as much as they were. And I got the sense that they were just not taking phone calls as often as they'd like. And so I figured I'd take a shot. I'd call now and again, and I'd get on the air and talk about stuff, and they would let me on. I was getting through easily on the morning show. And one day, the host of the show, Star, starts listening to me, and he goes, "Are you black?" And I went, "Yes. Yes, I am." He goes, "You're English, man. You speak proper?" And as a frequent caller on the air, he gave me the name Crossover Negro. I never wanted to be on the air. I would call whenever he was talking about something. If he couldn't figure out something or the co-host on the show couldn't figure out, I would call up and I would give him the information. I was sort of his research department. Yeah, that thing you're talking about is this, that, and the third. And I got my shot to be on the air, and that was it. Moved on. One day listening to the show, I'm sitting at my computer. It's a slow day, and I type out something I think he'll find funny because he started as a writer for Source Magazine. And I started writing this funny bit. But then I said, instead of writing as a funny bit, they're not going to read that if I fax it to them. Yes, it was a fax. So I formulated it to look like an article in the newspaper, like any other column. I put a little picture on it, did a whole Xerox thing. I had enough time to do it, and I wrote this whole article about their news guy, a fictional story, and I faxed it over to them like I'd ripped it from a newspaper, made it look real. Took me about an hour or so to do, but I'm sitting there one day, I think it was July 12th of 2000. And I sent it over, and I'm listening to the morning show. I think I sent it there roughly at about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Nothing, no response. Finally, at the 9 o'clock hour, Miss Jones, the female host of the show, starts reading it, reading my article verbatim. She didn't miss a word. She didn't X anything else. She read the entire article in its entirety. And the host thought it was funny. I never wrote my name. I never left my telephone number. I didn't even put my name on the byline as like written by this guy. I just wrote it like a regular newspaper article without my name. And I said, wow, if they thought that was funny, wait until I do it again tomorrow. And sure enough, that Thursday, I did it. Sent it again. 9 o'clock hour, they read it. Verbatim. I said, hell, I'm on a streak. Let me try one more time. So I did. That Friday. This one, I wanted to go for the gusto. And I injected a character inside the article that I knew they would not read on the air because the person's name was so long. And it was sort of like, Dingleheimer Smith. It was like one of these long names that I was going to put on it. And it was from an actual person, a guy I knew when I was in a group home who was one of these 5%ers, like from the Nation of Islam. And his 5%er name real name was Dr. Born Universal Asiatic Black God Allah in the name of Allah, love Allah forever. That was his name. And I put his name in the article. Sure enough, that Friday came, 9 o'clock hour comes on, and Miss Jones read it verbatim. She cut nothing out of the article and read the guy's name from beginning to end. I was in my office with my assistant, and we were laughing our behinds off. We thought it was the most amazing thing. Holy crap, they read your thing on the air. Again, never adding my name to it. They didn't even know who I was, but they read it. So after that, I decided, you know what? They didn't know me from a hole in the ground. My manners suggest that I should call them and thank them for showing my work some shine on the radio. For whatever reason, just say thank you. So I pick up the phone and Miss Jones answered. I recognized her voice immediately. I was like, hey, Miss Jones, wow, I didn't think I'd get you directly. I just wanted to say thank you for reading my article. She goes, that was you? And I went, yeah, but I didn't sign my name to it. I didn't know you guys were reading, but when I saw you're interested in it, I just figured I'd send more. I could hear Star in the background going, that's the guy? She goes, yeah, that's him. He goes, put him on hold. Star jumps on the phone. Dude, that was hilarious, man. We loved those. Can you do more? I said, I guess. He goes, what are you doing on Monday? I said, working. He goes, can you be here after the show about noon? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can. I took a car service, Mercedes-Benz, drove it up to the radio station, waited for him to come out. I was excited. I was elated. It was like I felt like I met my rock gods because I'm a big fan of them for years. And he looked at me right in my face and he said, how would you like a writing job at the station? What? Yeah, be a writer for the show. I guess. It won't be a lot of money, but, we'll introduce you to the program director. Okay. There I was. About a week later, inside with the program director, Tracy Clardy, she offered me the job right off the bat. It paid $125 a week. Got paid every 2 weeks, so I got a paycheck of $250. There was a lot of taxes taken out of it, but I would go there in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I would put up a packet, do some writing, and then go to my regular job. That's what I did. And I did that for a year. Until September 11th. And we're talking from July of 2000 until September 11th, my first time on the air ever broadcasting. All started with me just writing material, putting together news packets, answering phones. A dream that I always wanted since I was 15 years old didn't happen until 15, 16 years later. But it was never about me, and I never wanted it to be about me. I was already living the dream. I was in a radio studio. To my left was none other than Isaac Hayes, who was doing a morning show on Kiss FM. I was seeing Bob Slade, Chuck Chillout. Chuck Chillout was on WTBLS. But I know, DJ Enough. What's his name? DJ Red Alert. These guys were big names when I grew up. Funk Master Flex, everybody knows him. Angie Martinez. I've seen heroes, celebrities walking in from the hip-hop world, comedy, movies, every day. Never once made it about me. Never once. I worked my ass off. I paid my dues. Somebody doesn't want to pay their dues. And I understand that. Some people think that they deserve it because they do. I don't think I deserve it. I think I'm lucky. I'm fortunate. I'm very fortunate. And the best part is that I'm not one of these people who just got on the microphone hoping you'd like the show. I work my ass off every day to make sure that you do. I never take you for granted, and I never will. You don't owe me anything. I have to earn it every day because I remember those days. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody cared who I was. But I had to keep interjecting and keep working my butt every day, doing the long hours. I quit a $70,000 a year job so I can be at the radio station at their beck and call for $250 every 2 weeks. I was already making a living. I earned my place here. And I'm still earning it every day. So when I say respect it, I will get my respect. One, because I don't take this job for granted, and nor do I take you for granted. I can't come in here and phone it in, and I refuse. Some people have made a career out of phoning it in. We don't do that here. God bless you. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow because I will be on my grind. I promise.